Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You are watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, June 6th, 2025, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan. Bit of wind. Parallel arrivals in progress right now. Polderbaan and center are in use. The windsock is pretty erect. Viagra is in the air, so to speak. The sun is also out. We are waiting for traffic. It looks like they are going to do a runway inspection on Polderbaan, usually preceding the closure of the center runway. There was already one go around when I was setting up here. The Swiss Embraer went around earlier. Heard it, was busy doing something else, but then all of a sudden I heard it. A very good morning to all who have joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Liewe, Wolfgang, goedemorgen, good morning. And all others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. Dukman, Tina, Martin R, goedemorgen. Jannes Aviation, Bobbers, good morning. Richard, Marcel, Issy, Swissport Worker, good morning. I went back to the drawing board yesterday and I, with the help of ChatGPT, reprogrammed a widget that should automate membership birthdays. I have it enabled. Is there anybody who has a membership celebration that they can fire away so that we can see what happens? Just curious to see what is going to happen. Yesterday we saw that the widget recognized a membership birthday as a super chat, and it also was a message that popped up and was gone again in the blink of a moment. I hope that things are now better. I'm going to do it one event at a time. So first I want this to work, then it is new members, membership renewals, super chats and super stickers. If I have a format that works now, I can probably use that as a base for other custom widgets. Is there anybody who has a membership birthday to celebrate? So many months of membership. I want to see what happens. It should automatically pop up. I'm curious to see what it will look like. If it's not working, I will disengage it and we'll continue with just a manual. Hey, there you go. Thibaut, 1 month. Right, so the badge doesn't show. And the avatar also doesn't show. Wolfgang as well. So yeah, most of it seems to be working. It was up longer than yesterday. The font was working. It just doesn't seem to load the avatar and the badge, which is what I was hoping for. If that doesn't show, I can also get these out, can code these out, and maybe just have text only. Okay. I think I have enough feedback for now. I'm going to disengage it again. Thank you, Thibaut and Wolfgang, for your continued support and also for testing. I also see that the footage is vibrating and the grass is moving, so that's also better than yesterday. So at the moment the bird controller is doing a runway inspection, and Richard, this should automatically happen whenever somebody is celebrating a membership. Now I've disengaged it again. I know now what it looks like. It looks better. Still not sure that it was the full 10 seconds in view that I had programmed for it. I think Thibaut and Wolfgang celebrated their membership relatively back to back. Is there one person who could give us another membership celebration, and just one? I think maybe when there are two celebrations too quickly after one another, they're going to show shorter than the programmed 10 seconds. Just need one person to celebrate their membership birthday now. Re-engage the widget. while the bird control is doing a runway inspection, it allows me to do some testing of programmed with custom widgets. Anybody? Malky, right, so it's coming up in 1 second. The avatar is not showing, the badge is not showing, the font, etc. looks good, nearly 2 years. This also looks like it was in the picture for 10 seconds. Here we go. Logo lights also, 4 months. Yeah. So if the messages don't come too quickly after one another, you can see that the duration it is in view is actually, I think that's the 10 seconds that I had programmed for it. I'm going to disengage it again. Thank you guys so much. So for some reason, the logo and the badge aren't showing. I'm going to see if maybe I can fix that. If not, then I just leave it out. And if that works, then it's on to the other celebrations. It's a way to automate celebrating stuff. Means I have more time at the controls for you guys. Malky, thank you so much. Logo Lights, thank you so much, both of you, for your continued support, by the way. Obviously, very pleased to hear that you are still members. And I hope it is that everything is still to your liking in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Alright, so this is Delta going to the center runway. And Turkish will be behind it. Yeah, showing for 10 seconds. As long as it's not a mass dump of membership celebrations, it seems to be working properly. The font was okay, it's what I had programmed. The type, the size, the color. The only two things that seem to be not working yet is that I wanted to show the avatar of the person who is celebrating the membership, as well as the membership badge. So the green or the blue. Not sure that it is possible, because also when I highlight a message manually in EHAM Live, you just see a yellow thingy. Let me go back up here. For instance, with logo lights, you can see there's the yellow star or something, but you do see the avatar. So for some reason, the widget isn't picking up the avatar, nor the membership badge. Let me see if I can maybe fix that. Try it again tomorrow, and if it doesn't work, then I'll just leave it out. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Han, goedemorgen. Bob, good evening, mate. Breezy, good morning. Razor, good morning. Lars, morgen. Michael, good morning. Turkish A350 arriving from Istanbul. Had it been 10 minutes later, it would have landed on this runway, because I think this is probably one of the last airplanes to the center runway. Then until 11, I'm hoping for Polderbaan exclusively being used for inbound traffic. Gary Grebe is also here. Oh, camera got distracted by a leaf here in the foreground. This is the scale of chimney smoke at the moment. Let's take you through the current weather situation. So, as you guys can see, pretty much crosswind, wind blowing between west and south-southwest. It is blowing with 16 knots. It's 15 degrees C, that's roughly 60 F. We do have a ceiling at 1700 feet, even though we have few clouds at 1500 feet. Looking at what is coming this way, two 747s and a A380. The first queen to arrive is going to be Cathay Pacific Cargo, arriving from Dubai. And Atlas Air, operated by Apex Logistics, but it looks like it is just standard livery of Atlas Air, is expected to 1:45. Emirates A380 estimated to arrive well past 1 o'clock, so I'm expecting it to go to the center runway, unless the secondary runway will become runway 22 later. Unless it is that. Schiphol Authority over there. Wolfgang says you can think of setting it to the streaming board that it come up automatically and go ahead to the next by press a trigger button so you have time to see it better. Just an idea. The streaming board, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. The thing is that I have to manually select messages in EHAM. In EHAM Live, I can see the live chat, and if I want to highlight a message like a membership celebration or gifted memberships or something, I need to scroll to the message, and then I can press on a button that literally says add to broadcast, at which point it will show for 10 seconds or something like that, which I have programmed it to do. But that's an EHAM Live. What I'm now trying to do is use Stream Elements, which is web-based and is in the cloud. It has access to my channel, and once it sees in a live chat that in this case, a membership birthday happens, it'll automatically show it, conform the way I programmed it. The thing is, I cannot make a hotkey for highlighting messages because I need to select the specific message. If that's what you're referring to, you're maybe talking about getting a Stream Deck and then assigning a button to it, but you need to select the specific message. That's the thing. So I don't think you can program a key on a Stream Deck, for instance. If I were to get that, I think that'll be mostly useful for automated for quickly pressing the sounds that I now have to use the keyboard for. In the meantime, John McKenzie is celebrating 16 months of membership, and this is me manually pressing on the message in the live chat in EHAM Live. John, mate, thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. And if anything is no longer to your liking in the lounge, hit me up, let me know what is wrong, and let me see what I can do to fix it. Same with people who dislike the stream. Give constructive feedback and let me see what I can improve. In the meantime, good morning to Jules, good morning Henk, and Roy, good morning. So if all is well, party time is beginning. The runway inspection is over. Polderbaan now becoming the only runway in use for arrivals. How bad is the crabbing? And how is glide slope visibility? Because right now I'm just seeing this one airplane. Oh, standing on the cable. Let's see, that is a power cable. That is a power cable that was a little low on the ground. Pull that up a little. Prevents me from tripping over it. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is British Airways. Flight 436 arriving from London Heathrow. A320neo. Crabbing away. Hey Jackie, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Marcel, goedemorgen. Godert, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. Michael, morgen. Helene, goedemorgen. Now, let me have a look at the laptop at Wolfgang's message, because it is a long one and I tried to minimize touching my phone and the chat window as much as possible. And on my phone I would need to scroll laterally, and that means risking the chat freezing, the fret cheesing. Scrolling up. Let's see, Wolfgang says, I thought about that, the message come up automatically, and if you press the selected button, it jumps to the next automatically shown message or back to off. That's what I'm thinking of. Well, mate, you have to imagine I use ChatGPT now to basically specify what I want. It gives me the code that I can paste into the custom widget, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and then I test. Stream Elements has an emulate option that allows you to emulate some events, but something like a membership birthday I cannot test in the emulator. I can set off a dummy message with a bit of test code that I need to remove again when going live. It seemed to work yesterday evening. That's why I wanted to test this now live. I have no idea how I would possibly, if it is possible, and how I would possibly program such a thing. I'm not a programmer. I use ChatGPT, which to my surprise works remarkably well. If I tell I want this or that, it can just basically adjust the code. Other than the badge and the avatar not showing, it was doing exactly what I wanted it to do. It was looking exactly what I wanted it to look like. So I'm actually really surprised how well that works. North Moravia in Poland, also a location worth visiting. Warmia, Missouri, also in the northeast. Lovely. RWY, a Dutch program, Dutchies will probably know, featured an episode from that part of Poland, and it was looking beautifully. It's like the Lake District of Poland, absolutely gorgeous. Jonah Aviation, good morning. Jonah wonders in Dutch, good morning, did you leave your setup after yesterday? You'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd think so. No, I did take it home, charge everything again, then I went out again. Spent until late yesterday evening trying to get the automated messages fixed. Michael says use Claude, it's better at coding than GPT. I don't know what Claude is, but let me have a look and look into that after I'm done. Thank you so much for the suggestion, Michael. Goedemorgen, Seal the Deal. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Midvi, goedemorgen, good morning. Race Bob, good morning. Fazil, good morning. Pieter, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at a windy Polderbaan. How windy? Yay windy. That's a custom emoji right there. Windsock, erect. Viagra is in the air. It certainly is. Rain for the upcoming hours luckily isn't. This is what it looks like to the south. Southwest, where the wind is coming from. You can see linear cloud formations, cloud streets, indicating the direction of the wind. Looking to the west, the crops are growing. Wheat over there, and I'm not sure what is over here. Could be sugar beets, maybe something else. Cabbage, not sure. This is looking to the east. Right now, the sun is shining. Northwest, back to the north. Next airplane coming in, SAS flight 2551, A320neo arriving from Copenhagen. It's the CDOS. Also very good morning to Fasro Darshine. Fasro Darshine is celebrating today 7 months of membership. Thanks for the awesome channel, always a pleasure. Mate, good morning, welcome back. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the ongoing support. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Let me know if we need to upgrade something or if we need to put stuff on the groceries list, and I'll see what I can do to fix it ASAP. A massive big thank you for the ongoing support, Fasro Darshine. And a very good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Back at the location I was always standing at before these pipes were being laid, and that means, well, I was a bit too late because membership celebration. We can also see butt shots. We'll see them pretty soon. Scale of chimney smoke. Looks like so. Time for another SAS A320neo, flight 821, arriving from Oslo. It looks like it is going to pass just to my left and right of me. So far, leaning into the wind. Joan Aviation asks, any interesting traffic in the near future? Mate, all the narrow bodies are now interesting traffic on a day like today. I was setting up here and a Swiss Embraer went around. It is weather where every landing is exciting because there can be a gust, there can be wind shear. They might get unstable shortly before the touchdown and they'll go around. Since I've arrived here, one already went around Swiss. Unfortunately, it happened when I was setting up, but it was a last minute go around. I almost got scared here because I was looking away from the runway and all of a sudden I was hearing a loud engine noise and the Embraer pitched up going around. Next up we have a wide body arriving from China Southern Cargo, flight 2573, arriving from Guangzhou in China. 11 hours and 28 minutes on the way. It is a 777 freighter with the registration Bravo 2073. This particular airplane is 15 years old already. First flight August 2009. TUI Dreamliner should be behind it. There it is. Arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Hey Melissa, goedemorgen. Metin Fredde, good morning. Knut, good morning. Seal the deal, good morning. Oh no, already said hi to you. Apologies. Hope I didn't forget anybody who participated in the chat already. Welcome one and all. Also those who don't participate in the chat. But if you don't participate in the chat, feel free to do so. You don't have to be a long-standing member or subscriber to interact with us here. Feel free to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Lookers Lounge is good. The chat is better. Runway cleanup, courtesy of China. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Jules, who just now gifted the membership, and I see that Sarah Jane was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline, Sarah Jane. Don't forget to say thank you to Jules, and don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month, 32 of them no less. Jules, thank you for your generosity. Welcome, Jane, Sarah Jane, apologies. With the sun out in the morning sky, the clouds once again look very dreamlike. That in itself is already a sight to behold, but crabbing airplanes, of course, are the cherry on the cake. The icing on the cake, the cherry on the pie. TUI Flight 391, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Papa Hotel, Tango, Foxtrot, Kilo. Eight hours and 49 minutes on the way. Good morning to all who have joined. Good morning. Sergey, good morning. Race Bob, good morning. Knut, Lindsay, Storm Spotter, good morning. One go around that happened off camera when I was here setting up. Scott wonders if there's an A340 in the roster for today. I didn't see it. If I'm not mistaken, they arrive on Thursdays and Saturdays and leave on Fridays and Sundays. So I think the A340 will be leaving again later in the morning. Should be taking off from Polderbaan, Kaagbaan, runway 24, if all is well. Good morning, Swiss port worker. Good morning, Jappie. Andre. Andre is tuning in from New Zealand. More people from down under. Welcome. Jill says, I don't chat much, but happy in Lurkers Lounge. Well, it is a great place to hang out in, so definitely enjoy it. Feel free to interact, but there's no need to if you don't want to. Next up is Finnair, arriving from bloody Helsinki in Finland. Flight 1301. Sadly, not an A350 today, but an A321. 2 hours and 16 minutes on the way, par for the course, approximately 2 hours, Helsinki, Amsterdam. So, yeah, 16 minutes more. Well, maybe a little bit of a headwind then. Not sure. Ballpark average flight duration. 21-year-old airplane, first flight March 2004. And Wolfgang says that the A340 is expected to leave around 10:30. Give me a heads up, if you will, when it is lined up and first to take off. At least I can see, I can try if we can catch a glimpse of it from over here, which we should, albeit briefly. So Gary Grebe we already saw. Chris Coot is also over here. He's eating some water and some greens. Water here, over here seems to be very chewy. A lot of birds I've seen eating water over here. Apparently full of nutrients. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like this. It is expected to increase. The wind speed is expected to increase as the day progresses. No Suriname, no A340 from Suriname today, says JW Slijm. Well, I thought Wolfgang said that it was going to leave for Paramaribo come 10:30. I'm looking left of me because there's a 777 arrival from Johannesburg that is flying northwest of me. The driver of van number 17 honked and waved. Alan also back in the chat, good to see ya. Connie, good morning, good to see you, mate. Edwin, goedemorgen. Dino in the tube, good morning. Roy, goedemorgen. Claudie, good morning. Quinten, good morning. And Quinten was in the TUI, he says. Nice. Anka, good morning. Next airplane to arrive. Crabbing, crabbing, crabbing. United flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. It is a 777-200 November 229. Uniform Alpha is the registration. She's 23. First flight February 2002. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to support the channel for free, liking and subscribing is a very easy and quick way to do so. Helps us bring in more people like you guys are, aviation enthusiasts who like crosswind landings, but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Danny, goedemorgen. Timo, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Friday. Last minute, turning back in line with the runway heading. Don't be shy, you can reverse those, you spool up those reversers more. United is shy, bit timid. Next airplane to arrive is KLM flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg, South. Ah, your Paul! That was your sounding the horn. Nice. Well, I'm going to turn around now, Jor, because we have a 777 coming in. 777-200 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. There it is. A little bit of sunshine illuminating it. Backdrop is still pretty cloudy. Your for his colleagues, your Paul. Awesome. Great show. Good morning, Creature Comfort. Leon, goedemorgen. Arnold, good morning. Vasil, good morning. So this is KLM flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg, 777-200, 10 hours 26 minutes on the way. The airplane is 21 years old, first flight September 2003. And also a massive big thank you to Seal the Deal for your super chat with no accompanying text, but that's okay, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity, much appreciated. And I see Maria is announcing we crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that, guys. If you are enjoying and you haven't already, consider adding to the likes. I will do another airplane dance at 1,000 likes while live, guys. So just so you know. That's an offer that is going to be standing for some time to come. Another airplane dance at 1500 and another at 2k likes while live. Something to look forward to. Ah, Marissa, signing off. See you in 2 weeks. Enjoy your vacation, Marissa. Have fun. Hope to see you refreshed and safe and sound back in 2 weeks then. Next airplane arriving is an A320neo from SAS, flight 1553, arriving from Stockholm, and a 737 from KLM, flight 1570, arriving from Porto in Portugal, behind it. Good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. And also good morning to Barry Price. Barry Price is celebrating 6 months of membership and he writes, many thanks for your continued hard work, boy. Mate, thank you for your ongoing support. I'm happy to oblige. I have fun doing it, otherwise I wouldn't be keeping it up so long. No plans of stopping anytime soon. So hope you'll stick around as a frequent visitor as well, Barry. If not as a member, then at least as a regular visitor. SAS flight 1553 is the next airplane coming this way. The airplane arriving from Portugal, behind it, now visible. 2 airplane glide slope shot, and you can just see how quickly these clouds are moving. Fixating the pen and the tilt axis and having dynamic image stabilizer enabled can only do so much. Peter says, I'm a big fan of aviation, but bigger of your laugh. Love it, mate, thank you. That is very nice of you to say. Thank you so much. A very good morning to all who have joined. Michael, good morning. Matt, good morning. Goedemorgen. Willem FS, good morning. John, goedemorgen. John writes in Dutch, how nice that after yesterday afternoon you're already out again. Top notch. Well, yeah. We are going to get precipitation again in the later part of the day. The window of opportunity for dry weather and also crosswindy weather is in the morning hours. Early afternoon. The wind is expected to increase in speed as the day progresses. Then again, also the likelihood of precipitation. So, gotta go out while the getting is good. Hello there. Gudrun Viking. Gudrun Viking. No, not sure who that was. Is right. 2 more airplanes coming in. And it looks like the third airplane is going to become a wide body, an A330-200 from Air China Cargo. Also coming this way is a Dreamliner from El Al, arriving from Tel Aviv, and American Airlines arriving from Philadelphia. So that's 3 wide bodies that I think are going to land after the next 2 narrow bodies that you can already see. Hey there, Ange. Good evening for you, I think, or late afternoon. Agar is lying on the couch with an ear infection. Oh, all the best. Hope that'll improve quickly. Good morning. 76 football. Chira Dial, good evening. Welcome back. Crabbing approaches here to the Polderbaan. Now the only runway in use for arrivals. Earlier, the center runway was the secondary runway. Bezoekbus had not updated yet for the upcoming morning and early afternoon with respect to expected runway use. Yesterday, for a better part of the day, with the similar windy conditions as today, runway 22 was opened as secondary runway. I'm actually cautiously hoping that that is going to happen again, because that will mean that the A380 is going to land on the Polderbaan regardless, because it is too big to be landing on runway 22. So I really am hoping runway 22 is going to become the secondary runway. I am not sure yet if, well, it is 10 a.m. so let me have a quick look and take you to Bezoekbus and see what the expected runway use actually is going to be like. I think they probably have their update out. Bezoekbus, if it is loading. And while it is loading, let's also have a look. Cathay Pacific Cargo is now flying over German Heartland. Its ETA is 10:42, and Atlas Air is arriving from Miami, arriving 20 minutes to 1. Bus has loaded. It also shows the expected runway use for the remainder of the morning. Zwanenburg Center. So, and although, yeah, no, that's from 1 o'clock onwards. Possibility, an alternative scenario from 1 o'clock is runway 22, means that in the morning hours it is going to be right. Well, that means that there is a possibility, it says so on Bezoekbus, there is a possibility that come the inbound rush hour between 1 and 2 p.m., which is also when the A380 is expected, there is a chance that runway 22 is going to be opened up as secondary runway. So if that were to happen, 100% sure that the Polderbaan is going to see the A380 today. So fingers crossed, guys. That would be terrific. A320 Neorio has landed. Now it is time to welcome the 3 consecutive wide bodies that are approaching. Number 1 over there. There it is. Emerging from the clouds, Air China Cargo, arriving from Chengdu in China. Let me zoom out a little bit and fixate both the pan and tilt axes. QJ says, no, it's Anonymous Alcoholics Flight 204 from Philadelphia. That's a good one. Alcoholics Anonymous Flight 204. Yeah, that's going to arrive as number 2 after Air China Cargo, which is arriving from Chengdu in China. 10 hours and 36 minutes on the way. A330-200, registration Bravo 6090. 17-year-old airplane, the A330. First flight was in July 2007. Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Zolurk, goedemorgen. Good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Olaf, good morning. And while there is an agricultural vehicle passing by me just now behind me, our Knar Westland just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the lounge, my friend. Hope you're going to like it over there. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you around. Golden LL livery. I don't think that I have, Wolfgang. Wolfgang asks if I've seen LL golden livery. To me that doesn't ring a bell. Alcoholics Anonymous. Flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia should be behind this A330. I'm not seeing it yet. Undoubtedly it will emerge from the clouds at some point. Oh yeah, there it is. First, let's have a look and listen to the landing. Yeah, up until the very last moment, it looks like it is coming straight at me. Alcoholics Anonymous, Flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia is next to arrive. After that, LL. Gives me a moment to go over back to the computer and massively thank AJ for your super chat. AJ writes, good morning boy, mods and everyone. Hope all is well and have a great day spotting. AJ, everything is well over here. Thank you for asking. Hope everything is well on your end as well. Well. Thank you so much for your generosity and your super chat and for your kind words. Hope all is well with you as well. It should be a great day spotting here. Got nice crosswindy conditions and heavies coming in. What more can you ask for? Also a massive big thank you to JG who is celebrating 9 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. And if something is no longer to your liking, let me know. Hit me up. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Mrs. Professor is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Mrs. Professor. Hope all is well. Welcome back. American Airlines. Alcoholics Anonymous. Flight 204 arriving from Philly. Coming this way. 6 hours and 14 minutes on the way. Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. 2026 has begun early this year. This plane is 5 years old. First flight was in March 2020. Vehicle number 42. Doing a little bit of a photo bomb over there. Shots fired from K1. Lock and load. Yeah, now he stops as soon as I point my camera to him. I said it before, I'll say it again. If you want to become a live streamer here at Schiphol Airport, one of the first things you need to invest in is a bulletproof vest. Shots are being fired here on both sides. Sometimes from hunters who are hunting in the field. Sometimes the bird control is shooting. Dangerous job, but somebody has to do it. LL Flight 337 arriving from Tel Aviv. This is a 7879 Dreamliner coming this way. 4 hours 17 minutes on the way. The 4 X-Ray Echo Delta November is the registration. I'm going to try something. I now am standing here with just my cap on, and I think maybe if I put up the hoodie of my parka, it should mitigate the wind rumble more, because I think the wind rumble that you are hearing is not coming from the ambient mic, which is in a blimp, but I think it is from my lavalier mic, which is attached to my cap. Tippy-toey, but lovely. Sticks the landing, beautiful. Oh! They're mowing the lawn here, and they're mowing the lawn. Check it out. And an escort. KLM flight 900 arriving from Inverness next, and after that a wide-body 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. Right, now I've put on the hoodie of my parka, which I think should provide a bit of cover from the wind for the lavalier mic and should reduce the wind rumble that you guys were hearing up till now. So on the right we have KLM flight 900 and Embraer 175 arriving from Inverness in Scotland, 1 hour and 17 minutes underway. 7-year-old airplane, first flight November 2017. Behind it is KLM flight 644. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. So we're approaching the longest day on the Northern Hemisphere in just a couple of weeks. But it is very autumnal. It was yesterday very autumnal as well. Just this weekend, and after that it is back to more sunny weather and more calendar conformed temperatures, if all is well. Still makes for a nice little variation in the streams, not just heat wave distortion but also some crabbing. For those of you who are wondering, no go arounds yet, at least not while live. There was one from Swiss, a Swiss Embraer, but that happened when I was setting up and the camera wasn't rolling yet. Scared the living hell out of me because it happened right next to me. All of a sudden I was hearing a noise and I saw an Embraer pitching up and climbing again, and I figured, oh, must have gone around last minute. Hey, members, check it out, the 30-second custom emoji. That's number 1. There's number 2. There's number 3. They're coming. More lawn mowing taking place over here. The Thomas driver sounding the horn, throwing a wave to yours truly. This is KLM flight 644 arriving from New York JFK, 6 hours and 8 minutes on the way. And apparently we crossed through 300 likes already. Thank you all so much. At 1,000 I'll do an airplane dance if we reach 1,000 likes while live, so keep them coming. Six hours and 8 minutes on the way. Left gear first, then the right main gear. Job well done. Meanwhile, also a massive big thank you to Alan Lee for your super chat, mate. Good morning from the northeast of England. Hope you are all well. I certainly am well indeed, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity and your kind words. Hope all is well on your end as well, Alan. Welcome back, mate. Now, for those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here at the Polderbaan. 2 Queens and the A380 are expected, and with a little bit of luck, come the arrival time of the A380, runway 22 will become the secondary runway, and that means that the A380 is going to land at the Polderbaan. First Queen to arrive will arrive in half an hour from now. Arriving from Dubai, Cathay Pacific Cargo. Atlas Air is arriving from Miami. It will be arriving almost 1:45. And now 9 minutes past 1 is the Emirates A380 underway, arriving from Dubai. Let's quickly go back to the action. Next airplane to land over here is going to be KLM flight 1352, arriving from the Czech Republic, from Prague to be precise. There's another airplane behind it already. not a narrow body. Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb, that would be. Marco Milos, good morning. June, good morning. Lisa, goedemorgen. Lois, good morning. Dirkie, goedemorgen. Good morning one and all. And indeed, Wolfgang, quite busy on the other side of the canal. More ground traffic than air traffic almost. Martin, morgen. And a test from Randy. The test is working. Can see your message. Morgen, Nielsie. Next airplane to arrive, Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. And an A320neo from EasyJet arriving from Gatwick behind it. Third airplane looks to become a CRJ 900, Lufty arriving from Munich. First CRJ of the day. Dodo 93 says vehicle 53 here. Yor says, do we also have to mow your lawn? No mate, that's okay, thanks for the offer though. I only have 16 square meters, a small patch of grass, so my hand mower is perfectly adequate to do that. But thanks for the offer, guys. Dodo 93 is in vehicle 53. Is that this one? Yes, it is. Good to see you, mate. In the meantime, BA. No, Croatia Airlines. It looked like BA. The bottom of the fuselage also bluish. Of course, this is Croatia Airlines. The people on the other side of the canal, the Schiphol people who are over here in the yellow vehicles, have also found the live chat. That is terrific. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, members, get ready for using custom emoji number 32. Here it is. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Sophie, goedemorgen. Martijn, goedemorgen. Rick, goedemorgen kerel. More action on the ground than in the air almost. Beep, 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 beep. Here they come. They're modest with using the horn today. They're on a budget apparently. EasyJet next to arrive. A320neo arriving from London Gatwick. 37 minutes on the way. The OE Louis. Sounds like the firefighters are more generous sounding their horn at the Spottersplatz itself than over here for our audience. Little do they know, we have many more viewers from behind this camera than are now located at the Spottersplatz. They should get their priorities in straight. Is it windy? You might wonder. Here's your answer. Let's have a look at the meter, see what it is saying. Wind is expected to increase as the morning progresses. Last meter I copied into the ticker said 16 knots of wind. Now it has become 21. and the green box has turned yellow. Still wind from the west southwest. That's almost perpendicular to the runway heading. We don't have a ceiling any longer, but we do have 3 layers of clouds really close to one another. 15 degrees C is the temperature, and that means it's almost 60 F. You can see the shuddering that the camera is doing, despite having fixated the tripod into the ground with guy wires, despite having image stabilizer enabled, and despite locking the pen and tilt axis. Right, let's turn back to the action. The Lufty CRJ landing. Once again, standing in line with the first exit, allowing us to have perfectly straight butt shots. Here we go. Well, it overshot a little. Now it is back in line. Drifting a little bit. Next airplane arriving is KLM Flight 1772, arriving from Berlin. Embraer 190, 1 hour and 2 minutes on the way. Par for the course, Berlin approximately an hour away. Tarom Flight 361 arriving from Bucharest will follow after that. And it looks like more wide bodies arriving from the west. 2 consecutive 787-10 Dreamliners, numbers 3 and 4 to land here. KLM Flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas, and KLM Flight 749 arriving from Cartagena, Colombia. Indeed, also rally drivers, Rick. Man, much respect to rally drivers. I remember back in the day, Eurosport also used to broadcast some rallies, and whenever they would have onboard footage, and you would also be able to listen in with the navigator giving directions to the driver, and you would see the onboard footage, and you would see just how fast they would be driving over slippery roads with trees on both sides next to them, corners and hills and whatnot. Oh man, you gotta have balls of steel and a good navigator to be doing that so fast. Much respect to rally drivers. Absolutely spectacular to see that on board. Paul, goedemorgen. Dodo, good morning. Sweetie, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Pretty windy here today. We're standing at the Polderbaan. Right now, the only runway open for arrivals. Between 11 and 11:40, runway center is going to open a secondary runway. Between 1 and 2, it's still unclear. Bezoek Bas already warned that maybe, depending on the wind, they might also opt for opening up runway 22. I'm hoping for that, because that means that the Emirates A380, which is expected to arrive after 1 o'clock, is going to land here on the Polderbaan. There are 2 747s on the way. One is expected within half an hour. The other is expected 20 to 1. Spectacular clouds with beautiful lighting here in the distance. Through the clouds here in the foreground, you can look at them. Very dreamlike. Absolutely beautiful. There's a lot wrong with the Netherlands, but the clouds here on days like today are absolutely stunning. Maria indicating that we have crossed through 400 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you do like what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider leaving a like, and also subscribe to the channel. Allows you to put on notifications so that whenever I announce a stream, you'll get heads up information. It's also an easy and free way to support the channel if you think this content is worth watching by more people than just you guys. It'll help to promote the content to viewers who may not have heard of the channel yet, who might want to join our awesome community. This is Tarom Flight 361 arriving from Bucharest, and after that it looks like we are going to see 2 consecutive 787-10s, and I also see a Qatar 777 freighter arriving from Doha that is approaching. Tarom has to wade through all the, well, not through, but optically for us, through all the visual hindrances, all the vehicles. And there's quite a few of them around right now. If it's not a Hitachi excavator that is parked over here, it's something else. Indeed, Barry, being so flat, we have big picturesque skies. It's compensation. Other countries have mountains. We have spectacular clouds. Rick asks an interesting question. Has the Cathay 7478 been assigned to the Polderbaan? I'm not sure. I would think probably not. But you never know. We should be able to see it at least from where we are standing. Indeed, Maria, the grass has to look good for the NATO top. Absolutely it will. Well, for getting warm weather after this weekend, they might have to mow it again come the NATO top, which is still in 3 weeks from now. This is KLM Flight 668, arriving from Austin, Texas. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner that has been flying for 8 hours and 19 minutes now to get here. Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Golf is the registration. And this one has had a nose job. It's missing a bit of paint, which won't be necessary anymore once every airplane has been repainted into the new livery, the deeper smile, so to speak. Sorting the cut grass into piles that can easily be captured. Time for another 787-10 Dreamliner. This is KLM Flight 749 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia, and that's right next to... You're goddamn right. 9 hours and 14 minutes on the way. It's the PHBKM Bravo Kilo Mike. The airplane is 2 years old still. First flight May 2023. Means it celebrated its 2nd birthday a month ago. Paul also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Mr. Biker has returned. Rutwig, good morning. Good morning to all others. I've put the cap of my the hoodie of my parka over my hat. Did any of you notice a reduction in the wind rumble? Because the wind rumble that you were hearing, I think, was coming from my lavalier microphone that I attach under my hat to do the voiceover with. Same here, Rick. Colombia, a very beautiful country. It used to be dangerous, now it is relatively safe, and now is the most dangerous country in Latin America to be going to as a Western tourist, from what I gathered, with all the drugs-related violence. Much quieter, sounds perfect. Yeah, if I take down the cap, if I take down the hoodie of my parka, then the microphone under my hat is much more exposed to the wind. Wierzen. So the process where the grass is being laid in strips that are easily gathered, apparently in Dutch is called wierzen. Didn't know that. Thanks for teaching us something new, Gerrit, or at least teaching me something new. Martin says, pointed my colleague to AMS Live. He should be watching now. Martin van den Berg's colleague, goedemorgen. Welcome to AMS Live. And a warm welcome to everybody who is joining in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment the only runway in use for arrivals. Center runway is going to open at some moment, sometime come 11. So we're still going to see all traffic inbound for Schiphol go to this runway for the next half hour or so. Windrowing, Ange says, so that's what it's called in English. 2747 is on the way, the A380 is on the way, the A380 we might even get to see here on the Polderbaan despite it being late, or at least having an ETA of past 1 o'clock. Hey droplets, what's this? I'm looking in the direction of the wind, I see blue and friendly clouds, so these are just lost droplets from a different that don't supposed to be here, aren't supposed to be here. Next airplane to arrive is Qatar Cargo, arriving from Doha. Triple 7 freighter, 6 hours 15 minutes on the way. Registration Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Tango. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight October 2019. Christophe, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. Dirk, goedemorgen. Ah, Dirk is watching from his vacation. Strong crosswinds, yes, absolutely. Fijne vakantie, Dirk. Enjoy your vacation. Interesting to see stuff taking place here. Bierzen in Dutch. Sorting the grass in strips. Strips of piled up grass. If all is well, there should be a 777-300 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa, passing by me. I'm looking to see if maybe I can catch it. It should be flying over there somewhere, but it's probably too high to see. You can see linear formations of clouds. Those are so-called cloud streets, as we call them in Dutch, wolkenstraten, indicating the direction of the wind. You can also see it over here. This is a line of clouds indicating the direction of the wind, so pretty crosswindy. This is what things look like to the east right now. The sun is out in the sky, shines every now and then. This is looking to the south. This is looking where the wind is coming from. This is looking to the west. The scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. The wind is more or less blowing from where I am standing towards the scale of chimney smoke, so it's pretty crosswindy. Next airplane to arrive over here is KM Malta, arriving from Malta, believe it or not. Flight 394, A320neo, 2 hours 53 minutes on the way, and it's the 9H NEE, which in Dutch means no. The Dutch for no is nee, N-A-A. NEE. Have there been go-arounds, you might be wondering? There was one, but it happened off camera while I was still setting up. Scared the living hell out of me. It was an Embraer from Swiss. I think really last minute went around because I heard the engine spool up right next to me. And I looked and I saw the airplane pitching up, climbing out. Explore more culture at Malta, apparently. Hadi Bas, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others. Overlord, good morning. You guys are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and the first queen should not be too far away. I do see that Cathay Pacific cargo is now approaching. Yeah, that's still going to land before 11, won't it? So I'm thinking it is going to land here on this runway. Did anybody have a look and see what runway it has been assigned to? My guess will be Polderbaan. In the meantime, Lufty. Right, and somewhere in the distance east of me should be that 7478. And number 2 next is going to be WestJet, arriving from Halifax. Not too long ago we were able to witness the first arrival of WestJet here from Halifax. So this will be the second time it'll feature in our streams. First airplane to arrive is going to be KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva. That's an Embraer 190. One hour 14 minutes away, 13-year-old airplane. Hailing from 2012, month not specified on flight radar. And after this, it will be WestJet flight 70, arriving from Halifax in Canada. That will be a MAX 8 737. 747 to the Polderbaan. Excellent. Thank you guys for looking that up. Is there a letter? Is there a message for AMS Live viewers behind the window? I'm wondering. The answer is no. Such a shame. No love letter from the pilot to AMS Live viewers. Better luck next time then. Next airplane to arrive, WestJet flight 70, arriving from Halifax in Canada, 5 hours and a half underway. MAX 8 737. The MAX 8 is 5 years old already. The first flight was in October 2019. The airplane behind it is a KLM 737-800 arriving from Paris. And after that, it's going to be Airlines arriving from Erbil in Iraq. The 7478 is flying in the vicinity of Purmerend, and that ought to be in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. Yeah, I was trying to see if maybe I could see it already. I think that the clouds might be a bit in the way. L'esprit du Canada. Ouais, ouais. Fantastique. Une shot du bot de WestJet. Pour nous. Hey Maria, good to see ya. Welcome back. Little butt shot over there. KLM flight 1402 next to arrive. Before that, Top of the morning to Evan Senor Rodriguez, who is celebrating 25 months of membership, and he writes, WestJet is the best jet, West Side is the best side. Absolutely right, mate. Go West or go home. Thank you so much for your continued support, mate. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Hopefully as a member, but if not, then hopefully as a regular recurring visitor. But always nice to have you in the chat, Evan. WestJet is the best jet. Do they fly to LAX as well? Just wondering. They probably do, don't they? Alrighty, Airlines arriving from Erbil in Iraq. That is next. And the airplane behind it, now becoming visible, is KLM flight 598. That is arriving from Cape Town South. And it looks like we have crossed through 500 likes already. Maria is indicating. Thank you all so much for the support. And if you are enjoying the stream and haven't already, consider leaving an additional like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It's an easy and free way to help promote this channel to new viewers, people like yourselves who are into live streams like these, but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Ronald wonders if I am also going on holiday myself using the airplane, and the answer is absolutely yes. Oh. Most of the time, short flights to Austria, to Innsbruck, when I go skiing. But I have also been to Japan, flying to Narita. Back via Rome. Interestingly, with Alitalia before it went bust. After boy, good morning. Bot, good morning. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Alrighty, time for another wide body to arrive. KLM 598 arriving from Cape Town South. 11 hours and 4 minutes on the way. It is a 777-300 Papa Hotel Bravo Victor. Victor is the registration. 11 hours and 4 minutes on the way. 4-year-old airplane. First flight December 2020. Yeah! Screw that! Crosswind! Who cares? Viagra in the air? Let's do a wheelie with a 777-300 Tis but a breeze. Tis but a breeze. Alright, next up, KLM flight 980, number 190 arriving from London City. I'm not interested in it. I am going to leave the camera pointing in this direction until the next airplane after that is emerging. That should be the first of 2 queens expected in this show. Cathay Pacific Cargo arriving from Dubai. 7.5 hours on the way, a 7478 freighter with the registration Bravo Lima Juliet India. There it is. Gear already down, unfortunately. We missed that part of the approach. Here it comes. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Helsinki Spotting, Alex, Overlord, Ronald, Bas, Stoof, Reageerder. Good morning, one and all. That was the infamous Schiphol elephant. Bom dia, Wagner. Now, question will become, will it use the reversers? Will it be loud? If there is one airplane that has the potential to get loud when deploying the reversers, it is the 7478. Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 65 arrived from Dubai World Center, 7.5 hours on the way. That's an hour more than the A380 would take from Dubai International. Must have taken a different route to get here. Now we know what those droplets were. Indeed, Rick. Let's look and listen. This airplane is number 8 on flight radar, tracked by a mere 382 people. What? Rookie numbers. Combo shot of the Queen and the A340 taking off. That's the A340-600 on its way to Suriname, isn't it? What a timing. What a timing. Right, well, nice combo shot there. And indeed, Paul, if we get 1k likes in the stream, I will do another airplane dance, and another one at 1500 and another one at 2k. The first hurdle is 1000, and after that it'll be every 500 more. This is KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto in Canada. 777-200 6 hours 15 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec. Mike is the registration. The airplane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in March 2006. Hey Teun, goedemorgen, good morning. Good morning Charlie and all others who have joined. You're watching ANS Live, my name is Boy. If you're wondering about go-arounds, we haven't seen any wildlife yet. There was one Swiss, but it happened when I was still setting up here. Thus far, everything is still a-okay. Interestingly, Bezoek Bas says that depending on the wind, we might also see runway 22 as secondary runway between 1 and 2 o'clock. I'm hoping for that, because you know what that means? It means that the A380 is going to land on this runway because the Oostbound runway 22 is too short. Means that we also have a likelihood of more wide bodies arriving from the east, which there always are a couple come the arrival time of the A380, might also be sent to the Polderbaan, which is expected to stay the primary runway for inbound traffic all throughout the morning. The meter says 22 knots of near crosswind. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so, and the windsock shows that there is Viagra in the sky. It is pretty aroused. Next airplane to arrive over here, KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen. Now there's a 737-700. An hour and 5 minutes on the way to get here. The Papa Hotel Bravo Golf Golf is the registration. 16-year-old airplane. First flight March 2009. Transavia arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia is next after that. And after that, Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier in Morocco. Over on the other side of the canal, the grass is being mown. They're cutting the grass, mowing the lawn. Tractors and escorting vehicles from Schiphol Group galore over here. Typical KLM landing. Keep up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. Cathay Pacific still has quite a bit to go before it reaches its apron stand. Two wide bodies in view. Transavia arriving from Ljubljana, 737-800. And Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier, that's in Morocco, that's in the north of. Indeed it is. Good morning DB Baseman. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Polderbaan where we have a bit of wind. There's a slight breeze. Airplanes are somewhat crabbing their way over here. This is Transavia flight 6820 arriving from Ljubljana, that's in Slovenia. 1 hour and 36 minutes it has taken this flight to get here back to Amsterdam. 15 years old, first flight May 2010. And we have crossed through 600 likes already. It's going quickly. Thank you all so much for the support. Glad to hear you guys are appreciating what I'm doing here and enjoying the stream. Hope it goes for everybody. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't done so already. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, it is a free and easy way to help promote this channel, to help us reach a wider audience of more like-minded people, awesome folk like you guys are, that are into live streams like these. Gary Grebe was here for a moment, but he dove under again, just as I was about to point the camera to him. That mother ducker, he has a sixth sense for when I am pointing my camera towards him. Mark also back in the chat, good to see you mate. Albert, goedemorgen. Morning one and all guys. Happy Friday. For many a long weekend ahead of them. That maybe already started yesterday at the end of the working day. Here in the Netherlands, precipitation possible on all days. Also today, later in the afternoon, rain is expected. Basically the opposite of what happened yesterday where it rained in the morning. But it was relatively dry in the afternoon. Except for that few minutes that I did get wet a little bit. But that was the only thing. By the time I reached my car yesterday evening, it did begin to rain more substantially. In other words, we ended the stream yesterday just in time. And on a high note, with the A380, albeit landing on the wrong runway, we still were able to see and hear it quite well from over here. Hey, Gulfstream coming this way. I'm looking in the direction of the North Sea, but I think it's flying above the clouds over here, sadly. Buttshot, also a custom emoji that you can deploy if you are a member. One of the 32. Another Air Arabia Morocco is coming in, arriving from Nador, which is also in Morocco in the north of. Area 52 is also patrolling over here. And here's Air Arabia Morocco, flight 121. That's an A320 arriving from Nador in Morocco. 2 hours and 32 minutes on the way. Good morning, what a shame. Registration, Charlie November, Mike Juliet. 9-year-old airplane. If it's not an orange Hitachi excavator, it is tractors and whatnot. Hey. Okay. Nine-year-old airplane, first flight December 2015. EasyJet A319 arrival from Prague will be next. Behind it, something red for the members. I guess you know what time it is then when I am saying that. Make the chat bleed, guys. Hey there, Steve. Good morning. Steve says, morning, boy. Just got in from work. Hope you are okay. I am definitely okay, mate. I'm having a great time here with a bit of wind but dry weather and beautiful crabby airplanes, and all of you to join me here with us to enjoy the spectacle with. So absolutely okay over here, Steve. Hope all is well on your end as well. Easy, easy, easy. Interesting to see that there are still windmills that aren't spinning. We also saw that yesterday. 3 of them aren't spinning, the rest is. Maybe that is why it is so windy. Ah, could that be it? Hey, Wexeltje, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Henry, morgen. Good morning, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing here at windy Schiphol Airport, where the Polderbaan runway 18 right is no longer the only runway for arrivals. Center now also open. I see that a Bombardier C series from ITA Airways is approaching. Means that from now on for approximately 40 minutes parallel arrivals are going to commence. Then from 11:40 approximately until 1 o'clock, just one runway open for arrivals. That should be this runway, the Polderbaan. And then between 1 and 2, again, a secondary runway for arrivals is going to open up, and it isn't sure yet which runway that will be. Yesterday we also saw that with these windy conditions, they opened up runway 22, the short Schiphol Oostbaan. I'm hoping for that. Right now the first choice is center, but an optional choice might be runway 22. The upshot of runway 22 opening a secondary runway is that it is too small for the A380 to be landing on, so that means that the A380 is going to land on this runway. So fingers crossed. This was play flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland, an A320neo. Now a first exit departure butt shot. And I see that now both ITAs are flying on the glide slope to the center runway. That's a shame. They are pretty. And it's even nicer if we get to see them over here. Here's the Bombardier C series, which is arriving from Milan. And behind it is an A321neo arriving from Rome. Meanwhile, over here on the runway, bird control doing an inspection. Does allow me to have another look on flight radar and also check out the weather with you guys. So once again, let's see what we can expect and what the current status quo is. So this is the meter that I pasted in the ticker. It was from 9:55 local time, so another one is out. This is from almost half an hour ago, 10:25 local time. Another one is expected in a couple of minutes from now. 16 degrees C, the wind direction hasn't changed. Wind speed reduced to a mere 19 knots of wind. So yeah, it's calming down. No, not. Current runway use. We are standing approximately over here. And this runway, if that gets opened between 1 and 2, instead of this one, it means that the Polderbaan is the runway where the A380 will be landing on. right now. Cathay Pacific has already landed. The next 747 coming in is expected around 12:37, so 1.5 hours or so from now. Apex Logistics, operated by Atlas Air, arriving from Miami, Florida. This 747 is expected at the end of the afternoon. Won't be around for that. Emirates A380, now expected 1:05. So still expected to go to the secondary runway. However, yeah, it depends on where that runway, which runway it will be. It'll either go to center or it will go to the Polderbaan, depending on which runway will become the secondary runway. So the birth control is doing an inspection of the Polderbaan, means that all inbound traffic for a few minutes will be going to the center runway. What is the bird controller doing over there? Okay, was that his mobile shitter? Did he have to take a dump? And did he just now take a dump while we weren't looking on the runway? Probably not, but the idea is fun, of course, isn't it? Here's the A321neo from ITA, arriving from Rome. We're not missing out on much more. Embraer 175 arriving from Munich after this. Iberia Express A319 arriving from Madrid, following after that. Lovely, beautifully lit clouds drifting past me. Always interesting to see. Very dreamlike. Always calms me down. In the meantime, streets of clouds very clearly visible if you look in the direction of the wind. The wind is coming from over there. Can you tell? Linear formations of the clouds parallel to one another in the direction of the wind. In Dutch, wolkenstraten, literally translated to English, clouds of streets. Here is KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich. It does look like the next airplane to the Polderbaan is already approaching. I saw it on flight radar just now. Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I also feel that my little sneaker sock is on the right is lowering and is now on my heel, which is not a pleasant feeling, so I'm going to quickly fix that. There we go. Right, so next airplane coming in is Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Overlord says, sorry but I'm new here, are you along 18 right? Have a look in the video description, the title of the stream, the video description, both will tell you where we are. The answer is yes, we are at 18 right, the Polderbaan. Good morning, Sefi, and Shifty. No Shifty, just Shifty. And good morning to all others who have joined. Robertson HH, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. So there it is, the next airplane coming this way. It is a wide body from Delta. We haven't seen that many Deltas yet, so I'm hoping we are going to catch a few more. Hey, there's no such thing as a goofy or silly or stupid question, Overlord. Feel free to ask if you have any other questions. Feel free to ask. Many people are watching. Some of them know stuff. No one can give you crazy answers, but there's no such thing as a stupid question. Good morning, Kip. Who's tuning in from Connecticut? Just subscribe, great show. You're very knowledgeable. Well, thank you so much. I do the best I can. This is Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 10 minutes on the way now. It's the November 814 November whiskey. Whiskey. The airplane is 18 years old. First flight was in December 2006. Hey there, Japanese characters. Ohayou gozaimasu. Whiskey indeed, Zachary. You're absolutely right. So yeah, bit of crosswind for those of you joining us later. We haven't seen any go-arounds yet. Well, I saw one, but that happened when the camera wasn't rolling yet. Well, it happened when I was setting up. Embraer from Swiss went around pretty last minute. Scared the living hell out of me. Since I wasn't looking, and all of a sudden I started hearing those engines spool up, and I saw the airplane pitch up, climbing out. Indeed, Rick, I pretend to be. Thus far, I haven't been caught yet. And is that a Delta butt shot? No. For a moment I was hoping it would vacate via the first exit, but it's continuing. All we can now hope for is a delayed butt shot. Alright, parallel arrivals still in progress until approximately 11:40 local time, which you can find in the bottom left corner of your screen. Next up will be a KLM A321 Neo arriving from London Heathrow, KLM flight 1002. The PH-AXB, FAX-B, if you will. The second of the fleet. 41 minutes away, that is nominal. London to Amsterdam and Paris to Amsterdam usually average around 40 to 45 minutes. This airplane began flying in September 2024, so still less than a year old. It's still an infant. Transavia 737 arriving from Ibiza after that. Tip, toe, boom. Job well done. Right, the meter from 5 minutes to the hour should be out. Let's have a quick look and see what it is saying. Last meter was from an hour ago, and now, yeah, also still 19 knots of wind, so not much has changed. In that case, let us quickly go back to the airplane's landing. Delta over there, and a windsock that is under the influence of Viagra, somewhat. Transavia is next to land here, flight 5672, arriving from Party Island, Ibiza, filled with people who undoubtedly went there for all the culture. 2 hours and a minute on the way, the PHHSF. Hotel Sierra Foxtrot, 13 years old, first flight April 2012. I'm feeling a few gusts here. You probably aren't picking up a lot of the wind rumble, if all is well, because the blimp barely visible. I'm not sure if I can show it properly. It should mitigate most of the wind rumble from the ambient audio and the voiceover I have over my lavalier mic, which I have under my hat, over which I have the hoodie of my parka, so that too provides somewhat of an additional shield against the wind. In the meantime, welcome to all who have joined. Sarah Deal, the real deal, has returned. Good to see you, Sarah. Hope all is well. Welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 right where we are standing next to. Crosswindy conditions. No go-rounds we have seen yet, at least not while on camera. 1747 has already landed. Another one is expected almost 20 minutes to 1. The Emirates A380 at the moment expected shortly past 1 p.m. What the secondary runway will be between 1 and 2 still remains to be seen. The primary choice now seems to be center, just like it is right now, but it might also be switched to runway 22, which happened yesterday as well. That would be good news for us because runway 22 is too short for the A380 to land on. Maybe also under these conditions it is too short for more wide bodies, so it means that at least the A380 is going to land on this runway in that case. Might also mean that more wide bodies arriving from the east shall be sent to this runway. That's of course if runway 22 will become the secondary runway between 1 and 2 o'clock, which we don't know for sure yet. If it doesn't turn out to be runway 22, then it will be runway 18 center. That means the same runway as is now secondary runway. Means that we should be able to see the A380 quite well from over here. Just not landing on the right runway. Good morning, Martin. Good morning, Etzer. And good morning to all others who have joined. And you're welcome, Etzer. Happy to hear you are enjoying. Hope that goes for everybody. Martin thinks Speyside could be boy heaven. If I'm not on a diet. No alcohol for me right now. But yeah, if I ever do go over to Scotland or Ireland, I will definitely also do a tour around some of the whiskey distilleries. Still so much on my bucket list to see from the world. I am still expected to outlive my cat, and when I have done that, I'll be making good on some of that bucket list travel, those plans. Lex Chisek, no go-rounds in the stream. There was one that happened when I was still setting up my setup. An Embraer from Swiss went around here at the Polderbaan. I think it was what time did I start today? A bit earlier, right? Maybe it happened around 9 or shortly before. I think somewhere between 9:15 and 9:15, but don't pin me down on it. Mario says you're still young, plenty of time. Yeah, if all is well. I'm not sure how well you are following the news here in the Netherlands, but there is a young 30-year-old or 30-something-year-old singer, Freek or something. Never heard of them, but he apparently has lung cancer that has already spread and is no longer curable. So yeah, life can always throw you a curveball. I am not assuming I'm going to get no curveballs in life. But yeah, on paper, should still have plenty of time. Absolutely right. Misha asks how old I am. I am 42 and will turn 43 in a couple of months in August. Martin says, it might be dangerous to take a bucket to a distillery. No shit, genius. Yeah. It would be wise if you were to take a bucket to a distillery that you don't have any plans to be driving a vehicle afterwards. At least make sure of that. See that Mike Wild is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Yazir, good morning. Yazir says the A380 is a 50-50 because the center runway and Polderbaan will be in use when the A380 is landing. Well, no, it doesn't have to be. If you look at Bezoek Bus, you will see that they also said that depending on the wind and the weather, they might also opt for runway 22 between 1 and 2 p.m. as secondary runway. So assuming it is going to arrive after 1 o'clock, because if it arrives before 1 o'clock, likelihood of it landing on the Polderbaan increased substantially. Anyway. Michael asks, is this a hobby or your work? Well, it depends on how you define it. If work is defined as your primary income that can pay all of your bills, then the answer is no. If you look at how I address it, that it is registered at the Chamber of Commerce, that I run it as a business, everything is intended to make it grow and become my primary source of income. Given that I spend more time doing this than on my day job, I would say this is definitely work. I would definitely call this work. It's just work that doesn't allow me to pay all of my bills just yet. But the way things are going, I think it is just a matter of time. This is KLM flight 982, arriving from London City. German Airways, 39 minutes on the way. I see some dots on the tail, so this is the new livery. Should also say operating for KLM City Hopper on the side. Yep. It does. Dot, dot, dot. Connect the dots. Next up, a wide body from Air Canada. It is a bank robber here to take our money. Air Canada flight 808. Dreamliner arriving from Toronto. 6 hours and 24 minutes on the way. 7879 Dreamliner. 6-year-old airplane, first flight April 2019. Zachary says only 300 likes left. We are expecting the airplane dance. Are we over 700 already? Excellent. Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Whenever we are live from now on, if we cross through 1,000 likes while live, I'll do an airplane dance. And after 1,000, it'll get even easier. Another one every 500 after that. So at 1,500, at 2K, 2,500, etc. Hey there Naomi, goedemorgen, good morning. The bank robber landed safely. Frans, goedemorgen. Hey, Canadian butt shot in the making. It's braking so that it can vacate via the first exit. Butt shot emoji and Air Canada emoji. 2 custom emojis that you can use if you are a member of AMS Live. Hadi Jordi, goedemorgen. Jelle, goedemorgen. Jelle says it's a pity that we can't see the Airbus Beluga. It's not flying in our airspace. Where is it flying? Because we have seen it before. Check it out. The lawnmower. Guy on it. Through a wave. and the guy who is collecting the grass is too. The first vehicle basically deposits the cut grass in lanes piled together, and this one is picking it up. Dutch grass, renowned. E2MR 195. Oh, that was my camera flip screen that I accidentally bumped into. This is KLM Flight 11 and 98, arriving from Oslo. Tippy, Toey, sticks the landing. E2MR 195, returning after an hour and 40 minutes of flight. Parallel arrivals still in progress. Center runway right now as secondary runway open for arrivals from the east mostly. Then he says, I'm not happy here, I'm not happy there, I have an allergy from grass. That's not good, mate. Better take an antihistamine then. Peter, goedemorgen. Back after a few days in hospital, minor heart surgery. Well, I hope that all went well. Happy to hear you're home again and are joining us. I'm honored that you do. Flight reporter, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. And Tom says that the Beluga is too far above Enkhuizen. Well, I have seen it before when it was flying over Alkmaar. Don't tell me that this is it. No, this is just this is just a coincidental catch. This is the A380 from Emirates. Is it flying from Manchester or something? It's not producing a contrail though. That's just a coincidental catch. I have spotted the Beluga when it was above Alkmaar before. Actually was pretty well to see from where we are standing over here. So JetBlue flight 631 arriving from New York, isn't it? There are so many labels on Flight Radar now that if you are zoomed out a little bit, the labels are overlapping. Ah, LAX to Dubai. There you go. No, it was the one arriving from Boston. Apologies, this one is coming from Sarah's hometown. Jeskin asks, are you going to stream tomorrow? I don't know for sure yet because it is weather dependent, and I don't know yet if we are going to have a window of opportunity with a couple of hours where it is going to stay dry. So it depends on the weather, and I'm not sure yet about the weather. So I wish I could tell you if it is going to stay dry for a few hours, whether it is in the morning or in the afternoon. Then the answer is yes. My plan is to go out again tomorrow, but it depends on the weather, and I'm going to check that tonight. So as soon as I know if I am going out, I will announce the stream as soon as I have pulled the trigger. And thank you for the kind words, Priscilla, who says, love your live, by the way. Misha asks, what lens is on your camera? It does not have a screw-on lens. It is a camcorder, a Canon XA60. If you're curious about the gear I'm using, have a look in the video description. You'll find a lot of information over there. The date of the stream, the location, links to the socials and whatnot, the merch shop, but also what gear I am using. At least the most important bits, the camera, the tripod, the mics. That's what people are often asking about. Olaf, aka Ladder Pilot, wonders, will we hit 1,000 likes today? The way things have been going thus far and considering the time of day, I think so. We're at 766 right now. Gary in Amsterdam also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope it doesn't rain at 1 o'clock. I'll get my new car tomorrow. Waited 12 weeks. That is exciting. What kind of car will you be receiving tomorrow then? Is it a Tesla? Everything's computer. Tesla. 2 airplanes crabbing into the Polderbaan. KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton, and a Delta Airlines A330-300 flight 136 is number 2 now. The new Hyundai Inter EV. I don't think I know what that looks like. I will have to Google that later. But it is a full EV then. Never drove one myself, but those who have or own one tell me that the acceleration is second to none. SLDKJH, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 6 hours and 41 minutes on the way. November 810 November Whiskey is its registration. This airplane is 20 years old. First flight was in May 2005. Only one of those you have seen so far. So you'll be driving in a rarity then from tomorrow on, Gary. Nice, man. Is it also easy to charge the car in the vicinity of your house? That can sometimes be a struggle, particularly if you're living in a city. Where do I charge my EV? If there's no charging station right in front of your house, can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. Seems that there is a bit more verticality in the chimney smoke and a bit less horizontality than we saw before. Still, the wind isn't slowing down. It's expected to increase even as the day progresses. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Frans Hooghiemstra for your super sticker. Per character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Frans, for your virtual cup of coffee. I will happily accept that. I think we also saw those yesterday. The 4 ducklings. One of them a bit darker, and 3 of them more or less in the same color, still swimming here together with no parent inside. I wonder what happened to its mom, to their mom and dad. Makes me sad to see it. I'm happy to see that they are still alive and kicking, but it makes me sad that they are still young and swimming there without parental supervision or a parent to protect them in the vicinity. Next airplane coming to the Polderbaan is still a bit further away. KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, an E2 Embraer 195. Hey, that's nice, Gary. So you can charge your EV at work. Should be able to manage the weekend, to cover the weekend with a fully charged battery if you charge it fully before your weekend begins. Nice. Henk, goedemorgen, good to see ya. And Maria is celebrating that we have crossed through 800 likes already. It's going quickly. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider adding to the likes. If you want to help this channel, if you want to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who are also into live aviation streams like these, but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet, liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to support the channel. Also worthwhile to repeat that at 1,000 likes while live, I will do another airplane dance and another one at 1,500 and 2K and 2,500. The first airplane dance will come at 1,000 likes. After that, it's every 500. KLM E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin. A little behind it is Pegasus Air Oink Oink arriving from Istanbul. Tomasuna, good morning. And good morning to all others who've joined. Paul says, boy, better get his dancing shoes ready. Definitely right there, mate. It's going to happen. It seems unavoidable. Unless, of course, I would have to cut the stream short prematurely, which I am not intending to do. Having too much fun here. Lee, good morning. All well on my end over here. Hope all is over on your end as well, Lee. Indeed, Jordi, Huey, Dewey, Louie and Lizzie. The four little quackers. This is KLM flight 1136, E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Tip, toe, boom, sticks the landing. Just a little bit of spooling up. It's 11:30 and I'm wondering, will the METAR from 1125 have been released already? Let's do a refresh. Yes, it says so over here. The report from 1125 local time. Once again, the box is becoming yellow, 20 knots of wind, still firmly from the west-southwest. We have no ceiling. It means that there are just scattered clouds at 2,300 feet and few clouds at 2,000 feet. The air temperature is 16 degrees C. For those of you who don't know what it means, EHAM, Schiphol Airport, the international abbreviation. The report from the 6th, 9:25 Zulu time, and that is 11:25 local time. The wind, 20 knots. Oh, 20 knots from 240 degrees. That's this line over here. This is the variability of the wind direction between 200 degrees, that's over here, and 260 degrees, that's over here. These are the two arrows indicating the variability of the wind, which is denoted in letters over here. 9999 means that there is no ceiling and we have visibility of 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at I'm saying it wrong. This just means that at ground level there is visibility of 10 kilometers or more. There is no ceiling, we just have few clouds at 2,000 feet and scattered clouds at 2,300 feet. The air temperature is 16 degrees Celsius. The dew point is 11 degrees. The air pressure is 1,007 hectopascals. And no SIG means no significant changes expected in the next 2 hours. So for those of you who didn't know what the code in the ticker means, now you do. It is the weather. It is very informative. It gets updated twice an hour, 25 minutes past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour. Back to the camera controls it is. Mrs. Professor announcing it is bedtime for her and is announcing her departure for today. Thank you for joining, Mrs. Professor. Hope you enjoyed. Sleep well and hope to see you again later in the weekend. Next arrival is EasyJet flight 25530, an A319 arriving from Bristol. 56 minutes underway. It's the OELQB. And this particular airplane is 16 years old, first flight February 2009. Hard to hear if they are actually spooling up the reversers, or, which is what I am suspecting happened, if they are idle reversing. It is time for another well-positioned butt shot here. The airplane is vacating via the first exit. Gives me a moment to go back to the computer and say thank you so much to 24 Whiskey who super chatted. Thanks for catching my landing. My kids will love it. Delta Airlines flight 47 from ATL at 9:40. Well, my pleasure, mate. Had I known you were on board, were you on the... Oh, it's too late already. Next time you're flying in, hit me up and let's see if we can maybe make it a more eventful landing. If you have a window seat on the right hand side, landing here, you can shine the light and we ought to be able to see you. Particularly if I know where you are seated. So let's see if we can do that next time you're flying in. But you're welcome to for Whiskey. Thank you so much for your generosity and for your super chat, mate. Much appreciated. Time for another E2 Embraer 195. This is flight 954 arriving from Newcastle. Now touching down after 53 minutes of flight. Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol after that. Parallel arrivals are still in progress. It is now 11:35. That means that in approximately 5 minutes from now at the latest, the central runway is going to close again. They began a couple of minutes before the schedule. It's usually from 11 until 11:40. They already began 5 minutes earlier. They don't seem to be stopping just yet. Still looking on flight radar, plenty of airplanes going to the central runway. This is KLM flight 1076 arriving from Bristol. Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray, Foxtrot is the registration. 53 minutes on the way. The airplane is 9 years old, first flight December 2015. I'm wondering when are we going to see wide bodies again, because we haven't seen that many Deltas today, have we? Another German Airways Embraer 190 flying on behalf of KLM. You can tell that this is a rough angle for the camera. It's catching a lot of wind, making it a bit hard to keep everything steady. This is the hybrid livery. It used to belong to BA. You can see by the bottom of the fuselage and the engine casings that are blue. Once again, more horizontality here in the scale of chimney smoke, indicating a lot of wind. Ah, 24 Whiskey was the pilot flying in the first officer seat. Oh, mate. Yeah, well, in that case, shining the light becomes a bit burdensome. Wouldn't recommend doing that then. Ah, you did see me, right? Well, I wasn't on the fence line, mate. I'm standing here right next to the Arc de Excrement, as it's called. The fence is more to the south, actually. The fence at the official Spottersplatz is actually right there. I am a bit further to the north. I'm standing in line with the first exit when you land on 18 right. Right. The next airplane after this arrival is going to be another wide body, KLM flight 604, arrival from LAX. Alright. Time to turn back the camera. We have another wide body coming in, arriving from LAX. This is KLM flight 604. It's a 777-300 9 hours and 22 minutes on the way now. The PHBVD. It's a good thing that Marissa is no longer in the chat. This was her beloved. It used to be the SkyTeam liveried 777-300 until a couple of months ago when they repainted it back into the standard KLM livery. To the disappointment of many of us. This always used to be her beloved, as she would call it. The PHBVD, now a standard 777-300 once again. 15 years old already. First flight was in August 2009. And good morning to Frank and all the others. Jiha and Danny. Danny wonders if there are 747s on the way. There is one expected in an hour from now, arriving from Miami. Atlas, or at least Apex Logistics operated by Atlas Air. Feels well, it should be arriving around 12:40. Hey Infinity, goedemorgen, good to see you mate. Right, it's become 11:40 now, so I'm expecting the center runway to close again any moment now. Won't be long. Good morning, Gaming Emilo, and good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at a somewhat windy Polderbaan, runway 18 right. For the time being, still one of two runways in use for arrivals. However, center is going to close pretty soon, making this the only runway again for inbound traffic. The windsock is pretty aroused. Viagra is in the air. We haven't seen any go-arounds yet. Well, at least not while the camera was rolling. I did see one and heard one more precisely happening right next to me. That was when I was still setting up. Ooh, he's coming! Harry the Hypnotizing Heron. Flying away again. Wind on the scale chimney smoke currently looks like so. Parallel arrivals in progress. It is mostly narrow bodies for the time being. Next airplane coming in is KLM Flight 1944, arriving from Basel in Switzerland. It's an Embraer 190. Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg after that. Gives me a moment to go back to the laptop and welcome Army Vet 172 back in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thanks for renewing your vote of confidence. Welcome back. We kept your seat warm. Everything is still where you left it. Welcome back, mate. And thank you for renewing your membership. 150 more likes to go before another airplane dance is upon us. Is that so? It's even less now. We're at 862, and at 1,000 likes I will do another airplane dance. The next airplane dances after that will come after each 500 more likes. So the first one will be at 1,000, the second one will be at 1,500, etc, etc, etc. So in an hour or so from now, another 747 is coming in. The Emirates A380 is expected around 1. Last time we checked, 5 minutes past 1. Between 1 and 2, there is always an inbound rush hour, and a secondary runway will open up between 1 and 2 o'clock for arrivals. Usually that means center opens up and everything arriving from the east, including the aforementioned A380, lands on that runway. It might also be though that Schiphol is going to open up runway 22 instead. The short Schiphol Oostbaan. That's what I am hoping for, because it is too short for the A380 to land on, and it means automatically that the A380 is going to land on the other runway for inbound traffic, and that will be this runway where we are standing next to. So fingers crossed. Right now, looking at what is happening in the sky, the A380 has an ETA of 109, so fingers crossed that runway 22 will become the secondary runway come 1 o'clock, because then it will land on this runway, and in an hour from now you can see it is flying over Ireland and still has to traverse the UK and the Gulf of Yorkshire, is the second queen of the show. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to ArmyVet172 for a very generous super chat there, and he writes, "Good morning, boy. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Good morning to you too. Hope all is well over there on your end." A massive big thank you for a very generous super chat there, ArmyVet. Hope all is well on your end. I hope everybody is having fun here, watching these crabby airplanes and the pilots struggling with the wind. Must be weird if you are sitting on the left hand side of the airplane and you're looking out of your window and you're seeing the runway. Yeah. And occasionally we can see that the pilots are actually struggling. Thus far, most of the landings have been remarkably stable and, dare I say it, a bit boring. Of course, that only means a big compliment to all the pilots flying here today, landing. If it comes across as somewhat boring, it means that they are doing their job remarkably well. Have a look around. This is what the sky currently looks like. This is looking to the east, southeast, the south, southwest. And can you tell where the wind is blowing from? Could it be from over there? How can you tell? Cloud streets, wolkenstraten in Dutch, literally translated cloud streets, linear formations of clouds parallel to one another and forming in the direction of the wind. This is looking to the west. This is northeast, north, finally northwest, northwest and Schiphol. Going back in time, memory lane. Flights arriving from the east, now assigned to Polderbaan already. Document says that was to be expected because if all is well, center has now closed again, and from 11:40 until approximately 1 p.m. just Polderbaan now open for arrivals. Two airplanes we can see in the distance. Here in the foreground we have British Airways flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. That's an A321neo. Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington behind it. Speaking of Seattle, Washington, Bill J hasn't been sighted in the chat yet, has he? Nor Captain Jerry. Little fake Vespa scooter driving past me. Had to look, is it a real one or is it a fake one? Hey, Paul Zaal, evening from down under. And Declan also in the chat, good to see you, mate. Harry says, my sister is on this BA flight, let's hope for a good landing. In that case, let me give it some extra attention so that we can clearly see whether or not they are landing safely. Should be good. BA pilots, probably good. Now, what was that I read the other day about one of BA's flight attendants who was caught while on drugs in the air, naked, dancing in, what was it? The business lounge, or no, it was the toilet of business or first or something. Is what I read. Man. And it wasn't even on a flight from Amsterdam. But there you go. Landed safely. Now, time for the wide bodies, folks. Sit back and relax. The wide bodies are coming. Delta Airlines Flight 144 in the foreground, KLM Flight 758 in the background. And also a massive big thank you to Forensje for your super chat. And Forensje writes in Dutch, today I discovered your stream. Nice. Thank you so much for your super chat and for joining us here, Forensje. Glad to hear you are enjoying the stream. Hope everybody does. We are at 909 likes, so that's almost in airplane dance territory. If we reach 1K, I will do another airplane dance for you guys. After 1K, we are continuing with the airplane dances every 500 likes. So next goal after 1,000 will become 1,500. This is Delta Airlines Flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. A330neo, November 424, Delta X-Ray is the registration. 9 hours and 3 minutes underway now. This particular airplane, hailing from May 2023, celebrated its 2nd birthday last month. It. Indeed, H-Man, I agree. "70 more likes, not that I'm counting," Maria says. Yeah, it's going quickly. Better start doing some warm-up stretches. First up, KLM Flight 758. It is arriving from Panama City, and that is not too far away from, if you look on the global scale. This is KLM Flight 758 at 777-300 The PHBVN Bravo Victor November. 9 hours and 37 minutes on the way to get here. Hadi Inge, good morning, and welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is runway 18 right, the Polderbaan. Now the only runway for inbound traffic and crosswindy conditions here on the Polderbaan. This airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in February 2015. Next up, it is time for one of Transavia's A321neos arriving from Preveza. Let's see, Transavia, KLM. And the windsock, of course. Right, next airplane coming in, Transavia Flight 5794, arriving from Preveza. It's an A321neo. Registration Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel X-Ray, and the last letter is one of the last letters from the alphabet, and that tells you that this is a leased airplane. If the registration's last letter is one of the first letters of the alphabet, you'll know it's one of their own. They actually bought the airplane, so this one they are leasing or renting. Doing a KLM style landing where they keep up the speed and vacate late means sooner to the gate. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol Airport, this is the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, 36 left. It's the latest edition, built in 2003 and is furthest removed from the main platform area. This is not the control tower of Schiphol, this is just the dedicated control tower for Polderbaan. The main tower is over there behind the trees. Adjacent to the tower in the distance is also the terminal building. Means that the airplanes that are landing here first need to taxi a long way from here, past the fire station and the tower, through that lane where the trees are lined next to, and the buildings in the background, those are at the main platform area. Means that airplanes landing here usually have 10 to 15 minutes of taxi ahead of them before actually reaching their gate. And you're right, Wolfgang, it is time to do the before airplane dance checklist. Shoes, double knot. Hoodie, down. Gloves, off. 46 more to go. Camera at autofocus. Screen turned around. This is just a prepare checklist. Yeah, and I'm already feeling the wind. You can probably hear it. It's time to put the hoodie of my parka back on. Makes it quieter for my ears and probably also for your ears, since you'll probably have way less wind rumble that you hear. It usually seeps through via the lavalier microphone that I use for the voiceover. Almost there. 1K likes means the airplane dance is coming soon. 967, that's 33 more to go. Buongiorno Hendrik, come stai? Good to see you again, mate. Benvenuto. Jordi says live liner in the sky near halfweg. I'm looking to see if I can spot it, but I am not able to. This is KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. It is back to Embraers. Where's the next wide body? Where is the next wide body? Does anybody know? It's just one after the other narrow body. Of course, with the wind conditions that we are currently having, it is way more fun to have a look at these smaller airplanes that are more susceptible to the wind and are often working seemingly harder to land straight than those heavier wide bodies are. More inertia, I think, more resilient against wind. But yeah, looking on flight radar, and I'm not zooming out too far, but everything that is now in the vicinity of Schiphol approaching from the west and from the east seems to be narrow-bodied. Thanks for the feedback, Gary, who says, I loved your afternoon/evening rebroadcast last night. Was nice variety. Indeed. The lighting in particular, that time of day, standing here, I like. It's way better than the backlight that you have in the morning hours. Then again, morning traffic is most interesting most of the time over here. Standing at the other side is a bit more challenging, particularly with more elaborate gear that I have, because parking you are not allowed to do right next to the roundabout over there. Maybe it is condoned, but I don't want to run the risk of being sent away because I'm standing there and my car needs to be moved. Of course, from the other side you will have better lighting in the morning hours. But leading up to the roundabout that is over there is a road. I think it's almost 2 kilometers long, so that's well over a mile. And unless you can strike a deal with somebody who lives there or one of the companies that is based over there, you will need to walk a substantial bit. Almost at 1k likes. Excellent. Looking forward to that. This is KLM flight 984 in the SkyTeam livery. One of the 2 remaining airplanes in KLM's fleet currently donned in the SkyTeam livery. The other airplane, a 737-900. This airplane returned from London City. Time for a SkyTeam livery butt shot. Alright, we are over 1000 likes. Thank you all so much. It is time for another airplane dance, and looking on Flight Radar to see what is coming now is as good a time as any to be doing it. So yeah, shoes double knot, check. Gloves off, hoodie parka down. Focus of the camera to auto. And then let's find a good spot. How about a bit of road? Zoom out. Fixate the camera so that it doesn't move by the wind. Turn around the camera. And here we go. It is time for another airplane dance because we reached 1000 likes. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much. That is another 1k like airplane dance. Courtesy of you guys. Thank you all so much. Bank angle. Here we go. And again, bank angle. Am I in view? Yes, I am in view. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. 1000 likes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cleared for takeoff. That was great fun. Thank you all so much for that, mate. You guys are the best. That was the 1k airplane dance. The next one will be at 1500 likes. Next airplane to arrive is KLM flight 1088. It is arriving from Cardiff. A bit wobbly, more vodka needed. Duly noted. I'll be on it right away. More vodka. Right. Let's see. This is KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff. Bit of a wobbly touchdown after 53 minutes of flight. Inge says you need to do something with those moves, boy. What do you suggest I do with it? Next up is going to be KLM flight 1774 arriving from Berlin. PHEZE. Easy come, easy go. There it is. Still a bit further away. And after that we are going to see an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Krakow. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Gary in Amsterdam, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, you did not have to do that, but thank you so much. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, those new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Gary if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships just now. Don't forget to use the custom emojis that you have at your disposal. There are 32 of them, and you can use them as much as you want. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want, so please feel free to do so. Gary, thank you so much once again for your generosity and for gifting 5 memberships, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. We are now awaiting the first wide body, which is going to be KLM flight 765 by the looks of it. That's an A330 arriving from Bonaire. Ton says, I suggest that if visitors are coming, you'll do a dance together. Yeah, well, I'm running a YouTube channel here and doing a live stream, so for me it is easier to make promises like that, but I cannot of course force anybody who is ground crewing to join me in airplane dances. Would that it be, I wish that it were so simple. Martin, who has waited for the dance, now off for his daily walk. Be back later. Well, enjoy your walk, Martin, and looking forward to seeing you later. If all's well, we still are going to be around by then, so... Cal is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. I, for one, am doing well, and I'm having a great time here, out here on windy Polderbaan. Hope all is well with you too, Cal. Vincent is wondering if business jets are also landing on this runway. The answer is no. If you look on Flight Radar right now, you can actually see that happening. There is a biz jet that is arriving from Girona, and you can see that it is flying to runway 22 now. So no, the business jets thus far have all been directed to runway 22 to land on. Oh, nice. Nice one. That looked beautiful. No eye contact with the FO. Pity. Better luck next time. So the next wide body is approaching. KLM flight 765 and A330-200 arriving from Bonaire. In the meantime, the sun is shining and is also a bit more shining from behind me. So I am going to put the... Oh, did I forget to lock the pen access? I think I did. Little solar hood over my camera screen reduces a bit of the infalling light. Right. This is EasyJet flight 27962 arriving from Krakow. That's an A320neo, and somewhere behind it is an Embraer 190 arriving from Norwich, now just becoming visible in the top left. Behind these two airplanes will be KLM flight 765 arriving from Bonaire. A330-200. Wolfgang says at 50k subs we need to do an airplane dance formation, at least 6 planes. We'll also need ground crew, enough ground crew to be doing that then. Are you coming over for the 50k airplane dance, Wolfgang? You're the one who brought it up. I'll make you squadron leader. Right, and despite all the wind, all of these landings, top notch. Compliments to the pilots flying today, because it's not easy, I imagine, landing under conditions like these. I imagine that most of the pilots are enjoying days like today, when there is a nice crosswind blowing over the runway you are landing on. Alright, KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich. That's the next airplane. And after that we can already see it. The wide body. The A330-200 arriving from Bonaire. KLM flight 765. Cal says, have not been on in a long time due to illness. Great to see AMS live doing so well. It's the best live show from Schiphol. Thanks, boy, for the great work. Cal, thank you so much for your kind words, mate. I hope you are doing better right now. And I hope you will be able to join us for more streams in the foreseeable future. And I'm happy to hear you are so enthusiastic about the streams I make. I try to give you the best I can. And I'm happy to hear it is appreciated. Yeah, well, in all honesty, I think they would all be very happy to do to partake in a joint airplane dance formation. Yeah, Krusty Krabbies. Air Transat is also flying base and looks to become the 4th airplane to land here on the Polderbaan. A321neo arriving from Toronto. Hey, it's the LDB. Oh. Alright, it has landed safely. Let's see how the A330 will fare. Already a small airplane behind it. That's an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from London Heathrow. KLM flight 1004. Air Transat should be turning in behind it, but I think that the clouds are in the way of us being able to see that happening. You never know, of course, but no, it doesn't seem to be visible from here. So this is KLM flight 765 arriving from Bonaire. A330-200, 9 hours and a minute on the way. It's the PHAOA. John asks about go-arounds, and certainly there has been one, but it happened while the camera wasn't rolling and I was still setting up everything. Happened this morning, scared the living hell out of me, because all of a sudden, when I wasn't looking in the direction of the runway, I was hearing the Embraer from Swiss spooling up, and when I looked, it already went pitch up and was climbing out. It went around, I think, somewhere between 9:15 to 9:15, but it landed safely on its second attempt. Rob thinks it might be blowing a little bit. Whatever makes you think that, mate? Nah, there certainly is no arousal in the windsock. There's no Viagra in the sky. Also interesting to see, and a bit harder to see here, but it looks like the farmer is going to dust the to crop dust the land. Some fertilizers, or maybe some, well, at least some chemicals are going to be deposited on the crop that is in the field over there. I'm not sure what crop it is that is growing in this field. It's becoming ever harder to see with the grass overgrowing, but I think this angle gives us the best view of it. I know it's not wheat, because that is already in the field next to it, quite clearly recognizable. E2 Embraer 195 KLM next to attempt to land here. Yeah, job well done. Next up will be Air Transat. Air Transat A321neo arriving from Toronto, flight 376. 6 hours and 21 minutes on the way. The Charlie Golf Oscar India Oscar is the registration. Curly Kale, AJ says. Kale. That could be it. Ryan, good afternoon. Nielsie, good afternoon. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like this. Quite a bit of horizontality in the chimney smoke. Last time we checked the meter, it was giving us 20 knots of wind. Wind is expected to pick up even as the day progresses. Let's have another look at the meter after this landing. Next airplane dance is 438 likes away, 1500 likes, and I'll do another airplane dance from 1000. They'll come more cheaply once every 500 likes. Before the next airplane arrives, let's have a look at the meter and see what it is saying. Also, approaching our A747 now over the UK, ETA 1242. And an A380 with an ETA of 112. So the question still becomes, what will the secondary runway be between 1 and 2? Will it be runway 22? And now we have gusts in wind as well. So we have 20 knots of wind and gusts up to 30. That's what this means. It also says it over here. The wind is 240 degrees, 20 knots with gusts up to 30 knots. The wind direction is variable between 200 degrees and 270 degrees. That's what this is indicating. It's visualized, the wind is visualized over here. The clouds and the visibility over here, 9999 means 10 plus kilometers of visibility here on ground level. Few clouds at 2000 feet, scattered clouds at 2400 feet. The air temperature is 17 degrees C. The air pressure is 1007 hectopascals, and no SIG means no significant changes are expected in the upcoming time. This is the date and time of the report, the 6th, and 9:55 Zulu time, and that is 11:55 local time. Let me quickly paste the meter in the ticker, and then it is back to the camera controls. Bufonfer, I assure you that if runway 22 becomes the secondary runway, and that is why I am hoping it will, the A380 cannot land on it, it will then be assigned to the Polderbaan, which is why I am hoping that runway 22 will become the secondary runway come 1 o'clock. Not only will the A380 be assigned to this runway, then we might also stand a chance of seeing more wide bodies arriving from the east, and there usually are a couple that arrive at the same time, at roughly the same time as the A380. They will all be assigned to this runway.
Hey boy.
Hey, goedemorgen.
Bear with me.
Bear with me. Hey, check it out. Bear with me has also arrived on the scene. Ik heb mijn hoodie op om dat is voor de microfoon. Bear with me has arrived and has joined the ground crew here. Next airplane dance at 1500 likes. Will you join me?
How many do we have now?
How many do we have? Let's have a quick look. We're at 1090, so 410 more to go. Let's go.
Ongeveer 1 uur lang mijn vrouw hier. Dus,
Oké, welke vlucht?
Ja, die ga ik even...
Welke vlucht? Wat zei je?
Ik heb ook gevraagd of ze wil zwaaien. Of de coach...
Ik heb gemist welke vlucht je zei.
Oh, uit Praag. KL 1354.
1354 uit Praag.
Zou een kwart voor 1 landen, maar het is wel denk ik iets later.
Oké, wat is de huidige ETA?
Ja, ze zijn met 10 minuten
Oké, nou ik hoop dat het niet meer wordt dan dat, want anders heb je kans dat hij of naar center of naar 22 gaat. Want als ze 22 openen, dan gaat hij daar wel naartoe. Die is klein genoeg om daar te landen.
Ja, joh, je ziet wel.
So Mrs. Bear With Me is arriving on KLM flight 1354 from Prague. ETA was supposed to be 1:15, now running a little late, 10 or so minutes. So we were just discussing in Dutch which runway will it be assigned to. Well, it will depend on the estimated time of arrival. Hopefully it'll arrive before 1, so that it will land here on the Polderbaan. As she is seated on the right hand side next to a window.
20F.
Sorry?
20F.
20 Foxtrot, seat 20F. Is that past the wing to the back? Just past the wing. So we might actually see a flashlight as well. KLM flight 1354. Sorry?
If she remembers.
If she remembers and if we are able to see. Well, yeah. No, in passing by we will. The airplane just now was already looking so far to. It was crabbing so far that we could actually see the passengers on the left hand side right now for a moment. Yeah, but upon passing, once they have landed, they should be visible pretty well. Raven Rock also has returned. Good to see you, Raven Rock. Next up will be an Embraer 170 arriving from Humberside. Flying on behalf of KLM, but we all know that KLM does not have Embraer 170s in their own fleet, so it has to be a Britty hopper. In the meantime, picture perfect butt shot. You can actually see how they are taxiing by the reflection in the butt. Next up, KLM flight 972 arriving from Humberside. This is an Embraer 190, 170 Britty hopper. Behind it should be TAP Air Portugal. I'm also hearing, but you may not be able to hear it as well. There is also, bear with me, standing in front of it, but there is a firefighter truck with siren over there on the road. Emergency happening somewhere. It's getting a bit more gusty, as the meter was also indicating. Indeed, lots of butt shots now that we are back at the regular location. I was hesitant at first to be going here because of the vicinity, the proximity of the pipes, but it turns out that if you look at the glide slope, you're not even bothered by them because they are too far to the left. So found my spot. It was a little overgrown, so I'm standing a meter next to it, but the grass was still trampled. Next up will be TAP Air Portugal, flight 668, an A321neo arriving from Lisbon. Hadi Koen, goedemiddag, good to see you mate. And welcome to the show all others. And thank you Johanna, who says fire at the koffiebranderij Boezingen-Lieden. That should be somewhere over there. I saw that on Google. The house is over there. And there are also a couple of companies, including a coffee roaster. Strip of houses that you see just behind those trees, that's Boezingen-Lieden. So somewhere over there, there is a coffee roaster, and apparently there's a fire over there. Cannot see any smoke emanating from any of the buildings over there, so it is probably still relatively minor then, I'm saying. Hoping that that is true. This is Type Air Portugal flight 668 arriving from Lisbon. A321neo, 2 hours and 14 minutes on the way. The Charlie Sierra Tango X-Ray Bravo. 6-year-old airplane, first flight May 2019. And Miranda is tuning in from a chilly Kayapoi, if I pronounce that properly, which is in New Zealand. Welcome, Miranda, and welcome to the all others who have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. You already missed an airplane dance if you joined us only later. Plus, also the landing of one 747. Another one is expected in 20 or so minutes from now. The A380 is also expected pretty soon. Iceland Air Flight 500, a MAX 9 737 is next to arrive. A321neo. Says so on the engines as well, in case you didn't know. And finally, another wide body coming in after Iceland Air will be a KLM 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Another beautiful butt shot. A custom emoji, hint hint, for you guys who are member. We're at 1111 likes, so that means 490 80s. That's I'm not good with math. Need more vodka for that.
Much more. My wife's not going to be here because they're out to 13:15 now.
13:15.
So they will land at 22.
They will land at either 22 or center then, yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, if it is center, we should still be able to see it from over here, but I personally am hoping for runway 22, a secondary runway, because then we'll see the A380 over here. Yeah.
When will you know?
I think we'll know shortly before 1 o'clock, because then the first airplanes arriving in the country from the east will be assigned to their runway, and we'll know from then whether it is going to be the center runway or runway 22. So I think probably around a quarter to 1, maybe. I'm sure people in the chat will keep an eye out for it and will let us know. Hadi Dion, goedemiddag, and welcome to the show all others who have joined. Simeon, good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It's pretty windy here at Polderbaan. Only one go round, but it happened when the camera wasn't rolling. It happened early in the morning when I was still setting up my equipment. Swiss Embraer went around, landed successfully on the second try. While the camera has been rolling, we haven't seen any go-arounds yet. Actually, despite all the wind, the landings have been really well executed and, dare I say it, a tad boring. But yeah, the windsock and the METAR aren't lying. The windsock is very aroused. It is definitely under the influence of blue erection pills. But yeah, and the scale of chimney smoke also doesn't lie. It is time for a wide body now. KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 30 minutes on the way. 777-300 the PHBVS. Bravo Victor Simon. Sierra, of course. 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Another wide body is not far behind it. That's the 777-300 arriving from Lima in Peru. Sandwiched in between the 777 to the 300s is Aer Lingus right there, flight 604. And it almost looks like it is hovering still, doesn't it? John asks, do you get American Airlines, United Airlines or Delta Airlines there? We definitely do. Yes, yes and yes to all of them. Thus far, I think we've only seen one American Airlines this morning, flight 204, arriving from Philly. Delta we see quite regularly over here. Those are the most prevalent airplanes that we are seeing from American carriers. United will be a close second after that, also quite a few. Well, maybe not a close second, but definitely second. Nice landing. And again, uneventful. It looks so rehearsed and standard, but mind you, it is actually blowing here. You're not hearing it that well because I have a blimp and am shielding the mics from the wind pretty decently, but I have fixated my laptop tent to the cover and bear with me, is already prepping for the next airplane dance, which is going to happen at 1500 likes here. And Erde van Wijnen asks in Dutch, good afternoon, is there a way to... Oh well, just good afternoon was Dutch. Is there a way to listen to AMS Live ATC audio for free? There certainly is. Liveatc.net has all the feeds that you need from Schiphol Airport, including the ATIS and ground and whatnot. They do sometimes they are sometimes down, but liveatc.net requires no registration and will allow you to listen in on air traffic control from Schiphol Airport for free. This is Aer Lingus aka Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And in the background, top left, you can see the next 777-300ER. Wind has definitely picked up a little bit in the last minutes and is becoming a bit more gusty. Nice, because the airplanes still have to land. Dan's also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. I'm joined by Bear with me, and right now, crosswindy landings here at the Polderbaan. We haven't seen any go rounds while the stream was rolling. There was only one in the early morning while I was setting up. I heard it more than actually saw it because I was busy setting up and wasn't looking, and then all of a sudden I started hearing engines roaring up, and it was Swiss with an Embraer that last minute went around. Wasn't able to see why it went around, but I suppose it wasn't stable enough. Indeed, Jonah, some sporty landings. Good afternoon, Erin, and all the others who have joined. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 744. It is arriving from Lima in Peru. If you go up when you are in Peru, you end up in... This is a 777-300ER that has been flying now for 11 hours and 42 minutes. The PHBVI, Bravo Victor India. The airplane is 12 years old. The first flight was in June 2012. And it's now 12:32, so that means in half an hour or so from now, the secondary runway is going to open up. I'll be very interested to learn which one it'll be. Bezoekbus, the website that is forecasting expected runway use for the upcoming hours, indicates that the center runway was the first choice secondary runway, if you're still following. But depending on the wind and the weather, they might also opt for opening up runway 22, the small Schiphol Oostbaan, where the general aviation platform is located next to. That is too small for the A380 to be landing on, so if that will become the secondary runway, that is good news for us, because it means automatically that the A380 is going to land here on this runway. Now before that is going to go down, we are awaiting a 747, the second of the show. It should arrive in 10 to 15 minutes from now. Arriving from the west, from Miami, Florida. Atlas, I think Apex Logistics officially, but operated by Atlas Air. Look at this, Captain Showboat, giving us a little wheelie to boot. Crosswind? Nah. Leave it to the KLM pilots to be showboating when it is 20 gusts, 30 knot wind, crosswind blowing. Absolutely amazing. Indeed, drone shots, Antoine. What a wind. Well done, pilots. This is currently the scale of chimney smoke. Let's have a quick look and see what is the current status quo. So, the wind in the meter indicating 20 knots of wind with gusts up to 30. A renewal tells us 23 knots of wind with gusts up to 33 knots. So, a bit higher still. The rest hasn't changed significantly. Scattered clouds at 2,600 feet, few clouds at 2,100 feet. No ceiling, 17 degrees C. It's not really that cold. And you can see Atlas Air approaching the Netherlands, still over the Gulf of Yorkshire as we call it. Some still know it as the North Sea, but we know better than that. Apex Logistics, operated by Atlas Air, expected in now 10 minutes from now. And flying in the vicinity of Kassel over German airspace, and now expected 10 minutes past 1 is the Emirates A380. Let me quickly paste the meter in the ticker for you guys, and then it is back to the camera controls. If you are enjoying the stream thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Not only will I do another airplane dance at 1500 likes, but it is also a free and easy way, liking and subscribing, to help this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded aviation enthusiasts who like streams like these, just like you guys do, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1502, arriving from Madrid, the PHB XY, Bravo X-Ray Yankee. That is a 737-800, flying now for 1 hour and 46 minutes. She's 17 years old, first flight was in January 2008. Next up, another Transavia 737, and yeah, narrow bodies for a while. However, if I zoom out a little bit, I do also see the Atlas Air 7478, so it'll be arriving, well, yeah, within 10 minutes. Pim has a suggestion for a new emoji, go around emoji. That is a good suggestion. If we are ever going to reach more than 1,600 members, which last time I checked we were still pretty far away from, but when we do, another slot will become available, and as I have done before and am going to continue doing, I will ask for your ideas again, so keep that one in mind for when we do cross over the 1,600 members. I will call for ideas again, make polls, and you guys, all the members, will get to decide which will be the next custom emoji. QJ says Turkish already to center, so I think we have our answer. Center runway is going to become the secondary runway. Thanks for the heads up, QJ. That means that the Emirates A380 is not going to land here, but we will be able to see it quite well from where we are standing. Ja, jammer hè? Ja.
Want die voel je wel als die dan.
Dat is wel balen, ja. RD van Wijnen asks if I am streaming on Twitch as well. I have no TikTok, I have no Twitch. I will turn 43 in a couple of months from now. I am an old fart who just has YouTube and an Instagram he doesn't use anymore, and a Facebook that he also doesn't use anymore. Next up will be Hans' favorite, Vueling flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. Roy says, don't tell me I missed the airplane dance. Well, if you went away when we crossed through 1,000 likes, then the answer is yes. But lucky for you guys, if we are going to cross through 1,500 likes while live, and we are now at 1,188 as far as I can tell here, I will do another one. They come more cheaply after the first 1,000, so every 500 more likes will give you guys another airplane dance. So at 1,500, that's only 312, no, 304 away now. Almost at 1,200, so keep them coming, guys. Alrighty, Vueling flight 8309 is coming in next, arriving from Barcelona. Hans' favorite, he likes that one dot. Don't know why. I personally think they should make them all green, but yeah, Hans says no, leave the one yellow dot. That's what makes it so unique. That's why it is so enticing, and that's why it is so beautiful. You're being too OCD. Stop being such a nitpick. It's Hans' favorite. What can I say? Vueling flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona, 1 hour and 42 minutes on the way. It's the ECLLJ Lima Lima Juliet. The airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in March 2011. Bob says my son is 43. What does that make me? Makes you the father of a 43-year-old. Duh. Ask a silly question. Hey, I said it before, you can always get a silly answer if you ask a silly question. I am the first to be giving you a silly answer if you whether you want me to or not. Right, and still we haven't seen any go around since we began live streaming this morning. Again, kudos to all the pilots flying here today. These are not the most easy of conditions to be landing an airplane in. I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that you guys aren't constantly hearing annoying wind rumble. But believe me, things are windy over here. It doesn't sound like it, but it certainly is. Richard, goedemiddag. Maurice, goedemiddag. Doug, good afternoon. And good afternoon to all others who have joined in the meantime. Let us turn back. The Atlas 7478. There she is. And being preceded by an A321neo from Transavia arriving from Olbia. Now, the fate of narrow bodies preceding Quad Squad members is that they don't get much love here at AMS Live, and I am going to let it slip. Focus the camera, continue focusing the camera on the 747 that is now number 2. A321neo Transavia arriving from Olbia here in the foreground, and the second Queen in the background. Apex Logistics operated by Atlas Air, flight 8209. It's a 7478, 7 hours and 54 minutes on the way. The registration is November 863 Gin Tonic. It's a 7478 freighter, 2 years old, still relatively new. First flight December 2022. This is still the shutter that the camera picks up, even though I have guy widers into the ground fixating my tripod and having locked the pan and tilt axis of my tripod, and also having the dynamic image stabilizer enabled. Things are a bit less bad if I zoom out to the top end of optical zoom, or maybe even a bit further out. At the 9 to 10 o'clock you can see a faint small airplane in the background. That is Lot arriving from Warsaw. Always a lot to see, although at a respectable distance of Her Majesty the Queen. Seven hours and 56 minutes underway now. And quickly going over to the computer to welcome Stephen Odell. Stephen Odell just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You now immediately have access to all the 32 custom emojis. So you can spam us to death with them, just like Austrian Wolf is now doing and Dog is doing. Don't forget, guys, those custom emojis are there for a reason, to be having fun with. Get creative with them. I challenge you all to get as inappropriate with them as you can. Get creative. Let's look and listen. Her Majesty the Queen. Will she reverse? How loud will it be? Not too bad, not too bad. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived, and if you enjoyed that and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Not only will it bring more people into the channel, it'll also bring us closer to the second airplane dance of the show, which will be released at 1500 likes. I'm counting 1240 right now. Also, stick around because the A380 from Emirates is also approaching the Netherlands. It is going to be landing on the wrong runway, I fear, because there are airplanes already being assigned to the center runway. Lisa has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Lisa. And see you later. Gary in Amsterdam says if you stay out until 6 p.m. you will definitely get enough likes. No question, mate, no question. Well, it depends on what the traffic will do. Usually things die down after the A380 has landed. Just one after the other narrow body. For now, plenty to see, although we missed a lot. We also missed a lot. There was a lot to see here. Now just a butt shot. Hey, that's good news, Martine. 777-200 arriving from in just 8 minutes from now. Her Majesty is taxiing back to the gates surrounding the Polderbaan, runway 24. Both north and south of that runway is the cargo apron, and that's where this 747 is now headed to. Means that it still has a 15 or so minute taxi ahead of it. Hey, and the landed 747 was the last ever built 747. I didn't even know that. And we also saw the Kühne and Nagel before. That's the second to last. I remember that we have seen it before on several occasions, but I didn't know that this was the very last build. So that is a historic 747. Unless, of course, Boeing ever decides to rebuild them, starts building them again. Probably not going to happen anytime soon, but you never know, you never know. And Voinkas is tuning in from Bosnia. Good afternoon, mate. Welcome to the show, and welcome to all others who are joining as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. And pretty soon, come 1 o'clock, the secondary runway is also going to open up for an inbound peak. Center is going to be the secondary runway. So that means that unfortunately the A380, which is now almost here, still in touch, German airspace but approaching, will probably land on the wrong runway. That's okay, we can still see it from over here pretty decently. And it was Roger who told us, there you go. Thank you, Roger, for keeping us informed. And you're welcome, Tinus, who is watching on a second screen. Next up, KLM flight 964, arriving from Teesside or Darlington. It is an Embraer 190, Eastern Airways, Britty Hopper. Flight time 48 minutes. The plane is 18 years. Hailing from 2007, but month not specified on flight radar. And despite all the wind, we haven't seen any go-arounds yet. I heard one this morning. It happened right next to me, but I was setting up and was not looking at the air traffic because I was preparing to stream. Swiss, Embraer 190 I think it was. Or at least it was an Embraer from Swiss. That was the only go-around that I have seen ever since I've arrived here. While we have been streaming thus far, no go-rounds have taken place yet. Compliment to all the pilots landing their airplanes in one go. Hey, Jen Drosek also in the chat, buenas tardes. And indeed, Xander, it is windy, so extra interesting today. It certainly is. It certainly is. It's the best combination where it is sunny and dry, but also windy. Here, another one of Hans' favorite, Vueling Flight 1375, arriving from Alicante. 2 hours and 7 minutes on the way, the EC Luo. L-U-O, Lima Uniform Oscar. It is an A320, and Martin is back from his walk. This is the special livery from Atletico Bilbao, I think it was. Still, flight radar isn't mentioning it as being a special livery. I assure you, it most certainly is. It's getting a bit more gusty here, and at times it becomes a bit more troublesome to follow the airplanes with a smooth pan and tilt. Another butt shot. And Amon asks, did I miss your dance? You certainly did. However, we are at 1269 likes, so at 1500 we will do another one. Maybe I'll, even if I look nicely, to bear with me, maybe he'll even join me.
Well, before my wife comes, because if she lands, then I'm going to pick her up.
Right, so it has to happen before his wife will land, but that's still a few more minutes, so easy. We'll easily get 200 something likes in that time span. Now, so bear with me, will not join me probably, because by the time that we are going to cross through 1500, if we are going to, which I think we will, he will have to pick up his wife, who is also approaching. Shouldn't be too long now, should it?
No, I have a flight radar.
Let's see. Oh yeah, she's now flying over Merkermeer, just west of Lelystad.
1:02 p.m. estimated.
Estimated for 1:02. Do my best to show her landing as well as possible from this distance, considering the windy conditions. It's the wind I am mostly concerned about, because it is a bitch to follow airplanes now when they are far away. And the wind is grabbing hold of my camera and playing it around, turning it around. Next airplane is KLM flight 751. It is arriving from Guayaquil, and we all know where that is. That's in absolutely right, guys. It's 777-200 10 hours and 56 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Charlie. 10 hours 56 minutes on the way. 21-year-old airplane. First flight November 2003. And Kalani Ku says aloha from Hawaii. Just discovered the channel. Welcome to the show. Nice of you to say hi. I'm happy to hear you are enjoying this content. Hope that goes for everybody. Don't be afraid to say hi if you are new to the channel, or maybe if you're not but always have been in Lurkers Lounge up till now. It's not mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. Also feel free to shoot any questions. Many are watching, they're all friendly. We can all give you crazy answers if you want us to. I'll be the first to admit that. Right, 21-year-old 777-200 also touching down here smoothly and seemingly without any issues. A380 assigned to center, Maria says. That is good news. J Amsterdam says, hi, new here, I know you from Lisse. Well, in that case, who are you? Maybe I know you too then. Air France will be next to arrive. Flight 1640 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. This is an A320. The Verhebt. The Verhebt. That's Foxtrot Hotel Echo Papa Delta. Flight time 40 minutes. 15-year-old airplane. First flight April 2010. Xbox drummer asks, will you be going live when all the world leaders come for the top? Well, I have taken off from work so that I am available to be doing any live streams on those days and also before it. So the hard thing is that you don't know beforehand who will be arriving when and where. That's what makes it difficult. Ronnie says, shout out from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in... What's the temperature over there currently? Have a look in the METAR and you'll find 2 digits. One is the temperature, the other is the dew point. I think it is 17 degrees C or so. And we've crossed through 1300 likes, Maria says, so almost there. Another airplane dance will be performed at 1500 likes. Keep them coming, guys. And thank you all so much for the vote of confidence, for enjoying the content and liking. It really helps to bring in new people, people like yourselves who are into live aviation streams such as these, but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Kicks guys tuning in from Osaka in Japan. Ohio gozaimasu and welcome. Just Blues from Gerard Visit says, hi, I'm from Alphen. Welcome, mate. It looks like the Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul is going to be the first airplane to be landing on the center runway. And what is that? That's a 737-500 from ClassJet that is approaching the runway 22. There it is. That is a ClassJet 737-500. You don't get to see that every day, but I think we've seen this one before already. It's arriving from Bucharest, and last time it happened, it had to do with a football match. So this is a 737-500 2 hours and 43 minutes away from Bucharest. The airplane is 32 years old already. First flight was in September 1992. I had just turned 10 in that year. I was still in elementary school. What were you doing back then? Holy shizzle. Probably the Dutch soccer squad. Could be. Here in the meantime Norwegian has landed. No grumpy tail on the back of this airplane. Next airplane to center, which has become the secondary runway for arrivals between 1 and 2. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul, A330-200. Hey there Björn and Bill J, good afternoon. Welcome guys. I'm already practicing a little bit. Bear with me, his wife is not far behind this airplane. It's going to land on the center runway. KLM flight 1354, arriving from the Czech Republic, from Prague. With Mrs. Bear With Me on board. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 2 hours and 58 minutes on the way. That is nominal flight duration. Istanbul, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours. Alrighty. Let's see. If you are gluten intolerant, look away. The next airplane is probably going to give you the cramps. EasyJet, arriving from Celiac City, flight 22515. That's an A320. Flying parallel to it is KLM flight 1602. That's an A321neo that is arriving from Rome. And after that should be Mrs. Bear With Me. Once again, hearing a siren somewhere. Which I am surprised I'm still able to hear. What with my parka hoodie over my ears and cap. Right, parallel to it is an airplane arriving from Rome. And somewhere behind it, I think this ought to be KLM flight 1354. That's a 737-800 arriving from Prague. On board, Mrs. Bear With Me. Bit gusty, let's see. Locking the tilt axis and just using the pan axis now. Niels asks, what is Miss Bear With Me? Mrs. Bear With Me is married. It's his wife. She's on board. What is Miss Bear With Me? Yeah, good question. Die houden we erin. That's a keeper.
Go for a go around.
Let's go for a go around, yeah, and then to the Polderbaan. So this is KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. 1 hour 15 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Golf Charlie. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight was in May 2008. It is a 737-800 from KLM. Yeah, this is an angle that the camera vibrates a lot in. Maybe there is a flashlight shining somewhere behind the wing, but I am unable to see it. I wouldn't be surprised if Mrs. Bear With Me thought, oh, this is the wrong runway, let's not even bother. And she would be right in thinking that. It does look like she has landed safely. Yeah, we could see her rolling out there on the runway, so...
Now busy waving.
Yeah, she's busy waving, nobody's standing there. Guess that's your cue to be leaving anytime soon, right? Ja, leuk om even kennis gemaakt te hebben. Als je nog een keer in de buurt bent, kom vooral gedag zeggen. Leuk man. Hey, wel thuis. Groetjes aan je vrouw. Hoi hoi. Bear With Me on his way again. Now going to Schiphol to pick up the missus. And this is an all-white KLM Embraer, or at least it is a British hopper flying on behalf of KLM, arriving from Leeds, where all the leaders reside. Looks like it is time for another butt shot. Now, let's see. It'll be a while before the next airplane is landing here. There is another one on the glide slope, still a bit further away. Let's have a quick look and see what is happening in the sky and what the weather is saying. Oh, that was the wrong button. I assigned the B for the screen in screen, and the spacebar that I accidentally hit is the wait music. Emirates is underway. I think it should be visible if it's not flying in the clouds when it is approaching over here, so let's be quick. Have a look at the METAR. Wind was 23 knots with gusts up to 33 last time we checked, and now it is back to 20 knots of wind with 31 gusts. Still the same parameters, more or less, the direction and whatnot. So let me quickly paste the updated METAR in the ticker for you guys, and then let's turn around and have a look and see where the Emirates A380 is. If you guys are enjoying the stream thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving an additional like and subscribing perhaps. It'll help to reach a wider audience with this channel. And hey, let's see. Sarah says, boy, there was a passenger on the Delta flight at LAX that was almost at the runway when the pilot told ATC they had a drunk person and had to go back to the gate. Police carried her off the gate. Ooh, that is... that's saucy. Now, what I also read was that the other day there also was a flight attendant from British Airways that got pulled out of the airplane and arrested for being on drugs and naked dancing in a toilet in business, what's it called? Class of the airplane. They were supposed to be serving out the meals. One of the attendants was missing, and they started looking. They found the cabin attendant while on drugs, naked, dancing in one of the toilets. Anyway, let's see, visual for the A380. Let's see, it is now flying in the vicinity of Purmerend. That is in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke, so somewhere over there we ought to be able to see the A380. If it isn't flying in between the clouds, that is, and that's a big if, it'll probably be a bit higher still. And if you look in the METAR, those clouds are right at where the A380 probably is flying right now. That's traffic in the foreground. No, that's traffic in the foreground. I think it is a bit difficult to see the A380 already. I think it is flying in between the clouds. When you're standing under the airplane, you'll probably be able to see it because there are probably gaps in the clouds over there, but right now we are looking from the side, so it's all overlapping. It should be turning in now. Stoff was able to see it for a second. Yeah, so apparently it is still flying then in between the clouds. Thinking it ought to turn in a bit further that way. Hey, no, that's coming to the Polderbaan. That's the Polderbaan glide slope already. From here and then back. It's turning in. But where is the bastard? Meanwhile, over here we have Qatar. That's 2 airplanes ahead of the A380. The A380 is camera shy and is hiding from view. Yeah, this is Polderbaan glide slope. It's already hard to even see the Embraer 175 that is now following the Qatar. You'd think we'd be able to see it by now, but I'm also looking over my camera and I'm not seeing it. Alright, so we do have another visual cue over there. That's the airplane preceding the A380 and is following the Qatar. So this is approximately where we need to look. Hey! Finally! There we go. There we go. And you can even see a bit of curly clouds behind it. You can see it flew through it. It's throwing up some of the clouds, twisting it. Emirates Flight 147, the one getting away today, unfortunately. Alpha 6, Echo Uniform Delta is the registration of this airplane. 6 hours and 37 minutes on the way. It is an A380-800. Now number 5 on flight radar, tracked by 717 people. We have double the viewers. Rookie numbers, we can get it in the top 3 easily, probably. How many are needed to get it into top 1? We have doubled the number of viewers than people that are tracking it on flight radar right now. This airplane is 9 years old, first flight March 2016. Tomasuna asks, why do you usually go to Polderbaan while the special one often go to center? Well, first of all, there's no more spotters plots where you can spot from center. There was one position at the north end and that is no longer accessible. So first of all, you cannot get there to spot, at least not for a long period of time. Second of all, it is a secondary runway. It's not open all the time. So if you're standing there and no airplanes are passing by or landing or taking off from that runway for an hour, guess what that does to a live stream? Everybody goes away. It's boring. That's why I'm not going there. Also not to the Amsterdam, runway 18 left. That's also a secondary runway used for an hour and then closed for another. Only when other runways are closed or under specific wind circumstances do they open up more lengthily and is it more interesting to be going there. But since I am doing a live stream, I need action, otherwise you guys will get bored. I will get bored as well. So yeah, that's the reason why I am not going to the center runway. Also now because it's hard to get there. And indeed, Tomasuna, Polderbaan and the Kaagbaan, runway 0624, are the two preferential runways of Schiphol Airport. They are almost always open unless they are under maintenance or if the wind is hard and is such that it is impossible to use the runway. On days where there is a lot of wind from the west, 0927 often opens up, but not today and not in the foreseeable months because it is now under maintenance. Unless the Polderbaan is under maintenance, it is almost always open, and that also goes for the Kaagbaan runway 0624. Let's listen. Well, that's the bird controller. Yeah, I still am able to hear the reversers. Very nice. Very nice. So yeah, the A380 has landed and I'm wondering what more traffic is coming this way that is wide-bodied. Delta Airlines flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis is coming this way. And quite a few narrow bodies. Let's see, let's at least stick around for the Delta. And also KLM flight 706 is arriving from Rio de Janeiro, still a bit away. But by the time the Delta will have landed, I'm sure that we will also see that it is closer by. Right now, bird control is doing a runway inspection. The next airplane to the Polderbaan, I think, is already turning in though. Vueling flight 8312 arriving from Barcelona is now turning in and it looks to be coming this way. So it's not going to be a very extensive runway inspection. I'm also hearing something with a propeller and I'm looking up to see if maybe I am able to catch it. I'm not. It sounds like it is coming from near where the sun is in the sky over here. You can probably hear it on the ambient mic as well. It's flying high enough to be very small in the sky, but low enough not to produce a contrail, unfortunately. Oh man. Trying to get the footage to be stable is definitely challenging today. Indeed, Maria, NS is on strike. No trains except for the trains between Amsterdam Zuid and Schiphol, I think. And I also heard that there were some international trains still going, but it is a 24-hour strike of the Dutch railway company from 4 a.m. until 4 a.m. tomorrow. From what I heard on the radio this morning, no compensatory buses are also used, so a bit difficult. Scotty asks if there has been a go-around today. There has been one, but it happened while the camera wasn't rolling yet. I was still setting up my stuff. Swiss Embraer did do a last-minute go-around here at the Polderbaan. I think it happened between 8:45 and 9:15. Not sure of the exact timing, but it was when I was setting up, and I began a bit earlier today, so... Hadi Greet, goedemiddag. Boreas, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Dino in the tube asks, why is it called a contrail? It is a contrail with an N, November. And it is a trail following an airplane. If it were a trail ahead of the airplane, it would probably be called a pre-trail. But it is a contrail since it is following after an airplane has passed. Oh, it is absolutely challenging. I'm trying to film it with the tilt axis locked, the vertical axis. But it is descending, so you need to tilt the camera a bit lower as it is moving in. Bit challenging. This is the direction of the wind. You can see linear cloud formations parallel to one another. In Dutch we call them wolkenstraten, streets of clouds literally translated, and they tell you the direction of the wind. The wind is coming from over there. This is where the southwest is. This is the west. A bit further to the west we have the North Sea. It's almost always a bit more open in the sky to the west than land inward. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the east. And right now this is looking to the north. Well, we can also see the next airplane to the Polderbaan already. Here it is. And the next airplane after that, left of it. Han loves the fuzzy vision. You should always do that with this kind of plane. I thought you would like it. It's a nice mix of yellow and green. Blends nicely together into one homogeneous color. Thought I read roof somewhere. Anyway. Martin asks, did you see me wave 5 kilometers southwest of you? No, Martin, I didn't. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you 5 kilometers away from me. Chris Coot is also still in the water, eating some water with some fibers to boot. Hey Mike, goedemiddag, good morning. Next up, another one of Hans' favorite, this time a bit closer by, so hopefully we'll be able to spot it and film it more detailed, with more details. Vueling flight 8312 arriving from Barcelona. An A320, 1 hour and 46 minutes on the way. And it is the EC Mayo. It's Mike Alpha Oscar. So these are actually male inhibitors, the speed brakes. Haha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody understood that one. That's okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Next airplane coming in. Adrian says, but you did see me waving approximately 1853 kilometers east of you. You're right, I did see that, so yeah. But I didn't have to look into the sun, looking to the east. That's the thing. It improves your vision so drastically. Next up is number 190 arriving from Nantes. And an EasyJet arriving from Person-Chester behind it. Flying parallel to it is a KLM that is also arriving from Person-Chester, so that's interesting. Person-Chester. 2 airplanes arriving from Person-Chester. Do you mean beta blockers? No, MEO inhibitors. The airplane is EC MEO. The brakes are inhibiting it from moving forward. It is a MEO inhibitor. Google it, it's a class of medication. Not very often used, but it's far-fetched, never mind. I'll have a sip of vodka and be on with filming. A MEO inhibitor is somebody who prohibits you from eating mayonnaise. Easy, Adrian, easy. No problem. I laugh at the curvature of the Earth and the Carpathian mountain range. I see right through it. I see everything. Well, except some people who are just a few kilometers southwest of me. Ricardo is leaving again. Fijne dag, Ricardo. Thanks for joining. See you again later in the weekend, hopefully. Right, 2 airplanes coming in. In the foreground we have EasyJet flight 22163 arriving from Person-Chester. That's an A320neo. Flying parallel to it to the center runway is KLM flight 1032, also arriving from Person-Chester, and that's an A321neo. Flying after the EasyJet that we are now seeing is Sky Express, also an A320neo. It is arriving from Athens, flight 790. I laugh at walls, Sarah. I see through those easily. Martha says, wait, what? Is the Earth not flat? What? Who would have thought? Good afternoon, some Dutch guy. Artem, good afternoon. Artem says, another A380 took off from Dubai. Should we wait for it? Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it until then. Did film the second A380 arriving here from Dubai yesterday though. And we are at 1383 likes now, so that is 117 shy of another airplane dance. Let's have a quick look at the wind. 20 knots with gusts up to 31 is the last meter, and that is still the last meter, so we'll have to get back to that in a few moments. 1390, that's 110 shy of a second airplane dance. Wouldn't it be nice if we were able to reach that in one stream? In the meantime, Air France is arriving in the background, and after Air France it is another KLM arriving from Zurich. It's all narrow bodies for now. First up, Sky Express. I think these are the airplanes that have Greece is Bliss on the side of it. Arriving from Athens, 3 hours and 13 minutes away. More or less nominal flight duration. Both Athens and Istanbul roughly average 3 hours of flight time. So 14 minutes more or less on a 3-hour route. To me seems like still ballpark average. 4-year-old airplane, first flight November 2020. Yes, Greece is like ignorance, it is bliss. Butt shot? Question mark. Butt shot! Exclamation mark. Wolfgang says a Gulliver A330 for 18C, 15 minutes out. Gulliver? Never heard of that. That seems interesting. Gary has to leave, going to Vrijstad Nederzand Beach Club. Nice! Mate, if I go to the beach, I often go there. Just south of the boulevard of Noordwijk. Lovely place. Enjoy, mate. Wish it were better weather. Would be extra nice if it had been a bit more summery and calendar conform. That's always, almost always where I go if I ever go to the beach. Air France A220 over here, flight 1740, arriving from Paris. Gulliver. Gulf Air arriving from Tel Aviv. The flight number seems to indicate that it is flying on behalf of Arkia. I have it on flight radar, A330-200. Think that's going to be a channel premiere. Don't think we've ever seen that one before. Gulf Air. Alright, 1400 likes, so we are going to the countdown phase again for another airplane dance. The 1500 like airplane dance coming up, if you guys will allow me to. This is KLM flight 1920, arriving from Zurich. 1 hour 14 minutes away. That's the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Echo. Roy says, I saw that very same plane in JFK, also going to Ben Gurion. Interesting. The Gulf Air, I think you are referring to, right? Is it Israeli registered? Hey, what the fudge is going on here? Those bastards are sending Delta to the wrong runway. This is the one I was hoping would land here on our runway. What is going on? Those bastards. I feel cheated. Delta Airlines, why is it going to the wrong runway? It is still open. We have an Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva flying parallel to it. I feel cheated. Roy has to go. Mate, thank you so much for joining. I hope to see you again later in the weekend. Take care, mate. Pim also leaving. Thanks for stopping by, Pim. Tilt axis locked. But even panning smoothly against the wind is a bit challenging. Oh man. Delta gone to the wrong runway. Always welcome, Roy. Always welcome, you know that. This is actually easier since it is a bit faster moving. Means it is easier to keep up a continuous span speed. Gary says, I'll definitely watch the replay for the second airplane dance, provided we'll get there. Now, let's see what is coming in. The KLM Dreamliner arrival from Rio is approaching. It does look like that is going to be the only wide body for the next long period of time. Gulliver, used for the summer season. Bulgarian registered. There you go, I didn't even know that. Right, well, we are going to see it pretty soon. Although going to the center runway. Landing here at Schiphol Airport. Gulliver. Now over here, of course, this is not Gulliver, but Air France, up, and away. Any messages for us? Sadly no. A lot of horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke, and I'm wondering what does the current status quo on the METAR look like. We had 20 knots, now it's 22 knots and 32 knots of gusts. The wind is still blowing firmly from 240 degrees, approximately west to southwest. That means that a lot of crosswind still is blowing for the airplane's landing. We're at 1417 likes right now, almost getting to 1500, at which stage I will do another airplane dance for you guys. So that is 18, that's, we're getting there, we're getting there. Let's see. This is Transavia flight 5932, arrival from Granada. 2 hours and 13 minutes on the way. One of the A321 Neos, the PHYHZ. I think this was the very first one to get delivered. It was delivered in November 2023. I think we were there to film it then. Although I'm not 100% sure. I think we were. I think we saw this one land, the PHYHZ. First flight, November 2023. The last letter of the registration is, of course, one of the last, well, in this case, the very last letter of the alphabet. That's indicative of it being a rental, not one of their own. Those have registrations that have a last letter that begins at the beginning of the alphabet. Next airplane coming in is a Transavia 737, and that is arriving from Malaga. And indeed, Eric says in Dutch that the government airplanes will be parked at the Polderbaan during the NATO summit. It is not possible to get in the vicinity of the NATO summit during the NATO summit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I am happy to report though that there will be tours for the in-crowd on Wednesday, the Wednesday of the NATO top. So I put myself on the list. That still is no assurance that you'll also be picked for the bus tour, but it should be an open bus tour for the locals, the established spotters. I'm not sure how many will join, who will join, but so it means that maybe I'll be able to do some video capture from that bus here in the vicinity of the Polderbaan on that Wednesday. Probably will not be able to do a live stream from the bus. In my case, it requires having my power station with me and whatnot, so I should be able to make a little video of it if I do get invited to join, which will here somewhere in the upcoming weeks, undoubtedly. Sure hope I get a seat. Me too, Scotty. Gulliver over Permanent, the A330. Yeah, Permanent is over there. If there were no clouds, somewhere over there in the sky we would have been able to see the A330. I'm giving it another go. But yeah, I think that these clouds are really nastily in the way. Yeah, this is foreground, traffic to center. Let's wait it out. It won't be long before it will become visible better. 2 airplanes visible, Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger and a 737-800 arriving from Oslo. In the meantime, also a BizJet landing on runway, well, approaching runway 22, arriving from Mayon. Roy says, is the Transavia retro painted Neo already equipped with the long-awaited engines? Good question, don't know for sure. I'm sure there are others who follow that kind of developments more thoroughly than I am. Peter says, questioning, what is the smallest battery you can operate with? Well, the thing is, I use an ATEM Mini on my in my setup, and that needs 220. So I need an AC outlet to be doing my streams. So I think the power station I'm currently having is already one of the smallest that you can have, because you will need an AC outlet, unless you know how an ATEM Mini can be run on DC. I don't know that it can. It is good to be back at this location, isn't it? Having the direct butt shots like we had before. I miss them for one. Another RWY Express is arriving, but it is arriving as number 2. First up, KLM flight 1200 arriving from Oslo. And Brimo says, this is the captain of Delta Airlines flight 136 from Detroit today. Thank you for your work as I showed the landing to the entire crew on the crew bus to the hotel today. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Welcome to the Netherlands, and job well done landing under circumstances like they are today. Alrighty, let's see. Red Wine Express coming in next. I hear a microphone asking in Dutch if I am already blown away. Officer Rudolph, who I already met this morning. But alles is nog steeds perfect. Officer Rudolph and his mate patrolling. Using the megaphone to ask if I haven't been blown away already. Brimo says, looked smoother from your vantage point. First officer did the landing. Well, job well done. Definitely a smooth landing. Kudos to all the pilots flying today, flying in, because all of the landings have been, dare I say it, a little bit borderline boring. And that's just a compliment to all the pilots flying who have remarkable skill and have been able to set down the airplane on the ground in one go, at least while we have been streaming. Yeah, tried to put the hoodie of my parka down again and immediately started noticing the wind. The wind rumble is mitigated significantly using the hoodie of my parka. It also shields the voiceover microphone from a lot of the wind rumble. This is the Red Wine Express, E2 Umbrella 195, KLM flight 1442, arriving from Bordeaux. And Gulliver A330-200 is on final. Thank you, Wolfgang. You should be able to see it pretty soon. Let's see. Should be over there somewhere. Let's see. Airplane preceding it is over there, so I'm thinking it ought to become visible somewhere over here. Though I am not seeing it yet visually. On paper, it ought to become visible somewhere over there. If you're wondering, what is that guy doing? Filming clouds or something? No. Gulf Air A330-200, I think flying on behalf of Arkia. And I have it, there it is. Premiering here on the channel. Don't think we've seen this livery before. Hadi Klaas, goedemiddag, good to see ya. And Sam says, great to watch with a hangover. What have you been drinking yesterday that you are hungover? AMS Live vodka? It's not for sale yet, if all is well. Let's see, how far along are we? 1552 likes. We are crouching towards 1500 likes. At which stage I will do another airplane dance. The number of likes have ground to a halt. I think everybody who already thought that the stream was likable has already liked it. We need to find new people. There's not enough viewers to like the stream. Gulf Air flying on behalf of Arkia, I think. Flight 5101 arriving from Tel Aviv. It is an A330-200. It left from Tel Aviv 4 hours and 25 minutes ago. Registration LZ2. That's Tango Whiskey Oscar. It takes two to tango. So Bulgarian registered 22-year-old airplane. First flight of this one was back in July 2002. still going to try to zoom in a little bit, show you guys a bit more of the livery insofar as I am able to keep it steady. This is a tough angle. The camera seems to be very susceptible to shutter when the camera is pointing like so. You'd think the camera is most susceptible when it is perpendicular to the runway heading. It's not completely perpendicular yet. But it is now approaching perpendicularity. I tried to make up a new word. Perpendicularity. Which I think sounds nice but doesn't mean shit. Although I think if you're a native speaker you will understand what I am saying. Perpendicularity is increasing, and we're almost fully perpendicular in this at this angle. It does look a bit like grey Lufthansa, absolutely. Well, that was Gulliver Twist. The Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro should be flying downwind somewhere over there, and I'm looking to see if maybe I can see it already. You'd think it'd be visible, but I'm struggling to see it. Maybe it's already further north. That's KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. And indeed, Yanni, that is a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Hans, good afternoon. That's good to hear, Adrian, who says, I ain't no native English, but I understand pretty damn well what you say here, sir. It's the thought that counts, right? Everybody's a winner. It's the Olympic thought. "25 likes remaining. We're 25 likes off from 1.5k. 1475, I just now counted. Airplane lands number 2, tip, TUI. Boom. Pity that Jörg and John Dutch Canadian aren't here, Wolfgang. First time we are going to make it, I think. Project 1500. Oh no. It should have happened during a weekend day when everybody is available. Now, I did not see any wide bodies arrive. Oh wait, no. 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo all of a sudden on the map here. I think these are the two only 7 wide bodies that are going to land here on the Polderbaan sometime soon. It looks like there is another 777 arriving from Mexico City, but that is still flying in the vicinity of Chester. So I'm thinking about maybe wrapping up after the 777 and the Dreamliner have landed from Rio and Sao Paulo. Hey John, goedemiddag and welcome back. Alrighty. Next airplane to the Polderbaan is also one of the 2 wide bodies that I am eyeing. KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. Still a bit further away. We're 9 likes away from 1500, nearly there. 8. Eight more to go. Somebody accidentally pressed the dislike. 4 more to go. Hey, we reached it. 1.5k. Excellent. Let's quickly do a controls check. The shoes are still tied with a double knot. I place the hoodie down and the camera is going back in autofocus so that you can see me properly. Dreamliner is still a bit out, so let's turn around the camera. Go back to the same canvas as before. The shot wide. Flip the screen. Airplane dance number 2. Here we go. 1500 likes. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Doing a loop-de-loop. I believe I can fly. Awesome. What a feat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for that. 1500 likes in a stream while live. I don't think we have reached that before. And that is absolutely worth celebrating. Thank you all so much. Here's the Dreamliner. Right, let me also quickly put the sun hood over the camera screen again because reflections all over. And in the meantime, I also saw gifted memberships by Wolfgang just now. 5 gifted memberships by Wolfgang. Mate, thank you so much. You really did not have to do that. Thank you so much. And thank you all so much for the likes. It really helps to help this channel promote its content to new viewers, bring in new people like yourselves who are into live streams like these. That's the most important thing. Get in more people who like streams like this. We have a tremendously awesome community already, and I'm pretty sure there are more awesome folk out there who would also happily join our community if only they knew of AMS Live's existence. We're growing, but we are still relatively small, and your likes and subscriptions really help to bring in new people that also want to interact with you guys and enjoy the airplanes here at Schiphol Airport. Jerry says, hey bartender, I'll have what he's having. That's AMS Live vodka, uncut baby. Just in the brink of time because I think I am going to wrap up after KLM flight 792 has landed. That's the 777 that is now flying base, and I think after that for a long time to come no more wide bodies. So for me it seems like a natural moment to be wrapping it up and hopefully be back again tomorrow. I don't know yet if I will, because I don't know what the weather is going to do, if it is going to be drizzly all throughout the day or if we are going to see a lot of showers all throughout the day. I might have to refrain from going out. So I will look, and I will look again later today, tonight, to see are we going to be able to go out tomorrow. I hope we will. My plan is to go out again tomorrow and also on Sunday if the weather will allow me to. It's the weather that is the limiting factor, not my resolve or motivation. This is KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. That's a 7879 Dreamliner in the new livery, all blue nose cone. The PHBHI, it's Bravo Hotel India. Arriving from Rio de Janeiro, and that's not too far away from, on a global scale, Also a massive big thank you to AJ who just now gifted a membership, and I see that Wilfred was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Wilfred. You now have 32 custom emojis at your disposal for a month, so don't be shy and use them and have fun with them. AJ, thank you so much for your generosity. Right, well Wolfgang, I'm not too interested in all the airplanes going to the center runway because it is difficult to follow them with the wind. They're landing far away, we don't get to see the landing, so no. I'm more interested in airplanes coming this way. This is EasyJet in the foreground. Well, I say in the foreground, but you need to know it's on the right. And the airplane in the background, that's the one on the left, it's lower. Fixate, pan and tilt axes, see. We can keep it a bit steady. EasyJet arriving from Malta. On the right, A320neo, and on the left, last airplane of today's show, KLM Flight 792 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. No, Sao Paulo. That's Sao Paulo. That's the other one. Also, a massive big thank you to Oscar. Oscar just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You have 32 custom emojis now at your disposal. Have fun with them. If you need to know where stuff is in the lounge, ask around. Many members have gone before you and will happily show you around. This is EasyJet Flight 27974 arriving from Malta, 2 hours and 49 minutes on the way. It's the OE Love. Show him some love. The airplane is turning 1 somewhere this month. First flight was in June 2024. Nettie Walton Low says, enjoyed your stream, first timer today, well done on the 1.5k likes, thanks. Thank you for saying hi, Nettie. Happy to hear you are enjoying, and I hope that goes for everybody. Don't want to make it sound like this is a channel where we are battling for getting as many likes as possible. It's basically about having fun. The likes will help to bring in more people to have more fun with together. So that's the only reason I'm asking it. Get more people in. People like you guys are, who enjoy banter and having a great time watching airplanes. So thank you for your kind words, Nettie, and also all others. Last airplane of today's show. Hopefully it's going to be a good one. It's a 777-300 KLM Flight 792. It is arriving from Sao Paulo, and on a global scale that's not too far from, and it is a bit further away from 10 hours and 54 minutes on the way now. 777-300 the PHB VB. Bravo Victor Bravo. PHBVB, 17 years old, first flight March 2008. Yeah, why not? Why not wrap up with a wheelie? Easy peasy. Walk in the park. Those 777 pilots today really are showing off with the crosswind conditions and all. Makes it all the more remarkable that they're able to pull off such lengthy wheelies. We've seen it before and we saw it again just now. Right, on that bombshell, it is time to end. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining me here today in today's show. I had a wonderful time despite all the wind. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Hopefully I'll be able to go out again tomorrow, and on Sunday it is all weather permitting. I'll keep you guys posted, and I'll post a new live stream as soon as I have bit the bullet and decided what to do. Hope to see you in the next streams. For now, thank you all for joining. A massive big thank you for all the chats, the super stickers, and all the gifted memberships and whatnot. Mods, also a big thank you for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. I want to wish you all a nice day. Don't get blown away if it is windy where you are at. Hopefully see you all tomorrow. I am going to say bye for now and hope to see you all soon.